Hi. Hey. It's Skycatlive. What's up, guys? It's 12/11/2024. It's 12:40 p.m. on 12/11/2024. Today I'll be playing some Rust and some Eve and some FFXI, and I'm Skycatlive. I'm excited to be here with you on a Wednesday, December 11th, 2024. It is 12:40 in the evening. Going to be playing some Rust, Eve, and FFXI. And so I'm going to drop it off the big screen and just get to it right away before I forget and not take it off. And and so we'll go out in the Rust right now. I'm just going to check the reports and see. Yeah, don't see anybody out of place, which is good. Should have a little bit of time to leave the space before the harassment starts, which will be good. I don't really see anything too crazy. I'm going to locate nodes here and swallow up any metal I see. I'm gonna take this stone. Beautiful day. Hey, for once it's not totally evening. It's only 3 p.m. and not 6 or 7 p.m. Oh, got my mic kind of situated wrong. Just kind of look at the sound here. There we go. And Wolf coming back for seconds. Pretty good haul, but I'm noticing that there's no metal in the neighborhood, and I don't think that's an accident. Ooh, metal. Silverstone. There's my T2. Oh, really? Oh, no, it played. Here we go. Wow, I can just sell copper ore direct for 600. Maybe I should. What is that? That's 4,800 a load for, I mean, basically free. But maybe I better put these silvers up. Nope. I have 555,000 unallocated skill points. Maybe I should just run them. It'll run me all the way through to leadership 5. I mean, what does it matter? Yeah, just dump it.
Skill training completed.
Cool, let's just wipe a week off of our list. So 14 people, not bad. We're just gonna check the report. Good. Maybe the zombie server won't die. It's awesome. You should have knew I was coming. Oh, this guy was raided? This guy was raided. What? Oh my god, they went straight to his TC. It's a trio. Well, shit, let's get them the fuck out of here, huh? Wait, what? Okay. What's going on here? They let the they let their high qual. They let their high qual decay. And now I've got all their loot. Oh, you scared me. Fucking Final Fantasy. Okay, well, I'm just taking it all. I'm gonna seal them out. Or no, he's got a wall there. What I'll do is, I'll seal them out of their base. I'll pop the TC with, well, I don't have a bow. Maybe they've got a bow in there. I'll have to come over. I gotta get this loot out first. I can't believe they let their high qual fucking... They let their high... I can't believe that's a trio. That's a trio? Well, I'm about to fuck them. Fuck them. You know? Gotta pop the bags, but I was so full of loot. I should have popped the bags while I was there, but... I haven't found a jackhammer this entire time, so... Jackhammer would fix a lot of these problems. Gotta get this metal cooking, like, now. I'm just gonna do my entire base in metal with that. Where... They let their high qual fucking expire. I can't believe that. That's funny. I can't believe I'm profiting from it. What do? We burn this TC pretty much right the fuck away, but I don't know. Yeah, I burned the TC right away, but I don't know the best method for doing that. The only method I have is fire arrows, and the only weapon I have... No, I'm gonna hack through... I'm just gonna chop through their TC. It'll take like 2 minutes. I have all these tools. Yeah, I'll just mute it and auto swing. It's fine. Might have to write a macro or whatever, but that's alright. Yeah. Yeah, I have all of these worthless weapons, and I can just beat on the TC for a really long fucking time. Until it pops. Yeah, but I'm not going to do that right now. I'm going to set these aside, but I got to go get the rest of that loot and chop these boxes. Oh, sorry, chop these bags. I can't believe it's going to be free to shut them out. I mean, I didn't raid them. I raided them now, but I mean, I didn't raid them. The fucking corn is annoying. It, like, won't go away in a box. Ugh. I don't have a fridge. Fucking corn is so annoying. Why? I can't put it in either box. Why? Why? You're stupid. Why would you design like this? You're stupid. I'm just gonna throw it on the fucking ground. You're stupid. Goddamn fucking brain dead developers. Why would you take things away? Don't take things away. I used to be able to put corn in some kind of box. Now I can't even do that. You're stupid. There, I can't put this in a box either. Fucking so annoying. I don't know. You just won't let me put this down, huh? Fine. Fucking garbage-ass developers. Fucking POSDs. POSDs. I might bring more weapons than this, cause yeah, like... worthless weapons. Yeah, bring me, like, those. That'll do for now. If there's a workbench there, I can just long blade through the TC with the sound muted. Because it's like, you know, I can just repair, but I don't know if there is. We'll have to see. How do they stack their boxes like that? That's cheating. Look, there is a workbench. I do have a workbench level 1. That's hilarious. Well, first thing we do is try and get you the fuck out of the neighborhood completely. The fuck was that? What the fuck was that? What? Grats on the nail gun, you fucking worthless cocksucker. You sucked 50 billion bags of dicks today? Yeah, you did. You sucked 50 billion bags of dicks today. Didn't you? Oh, look at the worthless cocksuckers. Ha ha. Well, I got the loot out, and that's what matters. Deadly. What's that light? Wait, what the hell? Oh. What's that light about? Almost got you in the dark, you fucking bad. Do I have a night vision goggle? Yes, I do. Yeah, give me some tech trash. You got tech trash in here somewhere. Yeah, give me a night vision goggle and a gun. Wait, there's a revolver. I should just fuck with that. Just kill him with that. Screw it. I don't need a night vision. Give me like 18 rounds. And yeah, I'll take a couple of arrows. Yeah, like 4. What's that light? They like turned the light on the roof or something. That wasn't on before. So they can see. See if I can get a night gank here. Can't see him. Looking for a silhouette. There they are. Fucking bad. What do I take to this? There, that's perfect. That's what I want to do. Now there's a scarecrow on the roof. This is going to be hilarious. It's 7 in the morning. I'm just going to start opening up them with a pistol here in a minute, but I want to do a grenade first. Fucking bad. Got shut out. His friend got shut out. It's hilarious. Oh, the sun's rising. This pig's gonna aggro. Oh, god damn it. You're so bad. You're so fucking bad. Now it's about to end for you. Uh-oh. Sun rose, bitch. It's over for you now. Uh-oh. Hee. Okay, let's go fuck with these assholes for a really long time. Can't believe I killed his friend already. Fucking idiot. I'm gonna try and fucking make this guy's day way worse. Okay, so I can see him. Show your face, bitch. End of life and deadly. These must be the guys who live over there. I don't know how they got to where I was that fast. They're stream snipers. What? Fucking moron. You're so bad. Do you ever land a shot? I'm gonna go put this away. I'm gonna leave this up here. No, and I don't want to leave an automatic weapon where they can get to it. Screw it. These bads, they don't deserve guns. That's why they don't have them. Any guns they have are because of me. Maybe I should get a nail gun. No, let's go with another grenade, huh? I'm just gonna grenade them again. I think it's funny. Go over and suicide nade them. I'm gonna run up and suicide nade the TC, is what I'm gonna do. Bads. Maybe I can make a spear by the time I get there. I'll just knock some trees, let them know I'm chopping trees. Yep, I'm coming for you, bitch. Okay, make as many spears as you can. Hey, here we go. Swiggity swooty, bitch. You're not getting out of this bad situation. I almost pulled the pin by mistake. Ah, the door screws with me. There he is. I almost killed you again. You're so bad. Let's get in a fucking funny, like, crossbow fight with them from the hill. That'll be funny. Okay, here we go. Oh, you took my mouse off the screen or something. Whoa, I need to kill these guys, so you drop my frames or what? Oh, shooting a double barrel into the TC, are we? Why did my frames drop? Thank you. 1, 2, 3, 4. They're popping the TC. That shotgun does... It masks my approach perfectly. Thank you. It's a creative solution. There's nothing in there but wood and stone. You're a fucking moron. But okay. Oh. Hit it. I hit him. I almost killed you again! Tech Odinson. Who is Tech Odinson? Who are these people? Who are you? Tech Odinson. Tech Odinson. What a dumb name. Fucking Rust players. If you're gonna stand out there, then I don't know. Just fucking log in their face. Damn it! He got all the sulfur, all the metal, and all the guns. Yes, I did. I gave one of the guns back at you and killed you to embarrass you. It's weird because it jumbles the list all the time. It's interesting. I love robbing an entire base without firing a shot, having the stream snipers wake up and respond to it, killing them, killing their worthless dead asses. You know, they're like dead ass. They're so bad. Dead ass, they're dead ass. You know, they're like dead asses. You know, kill them in the dark twice and slaughter them for content on my stream. It's so funny. And then they're like firing off a double barrel 4 times because they're dumb, and you can tell the dumbo spec and their low IQ. Like you can just tell. You can just see the dumb right in front of you, and you're like, oh, these guys are dumbs. You fire the double barrel 4 times, and you're like, oh, dumb. Anyways.
It's like the standpoint of every grumpy character in a Christmas movie, but it's also...
I love pissing off these idiots, and I hope they fixate, and I hope they farm sulfur for 5 days, and then they finally raid me, and then I build the same base again in 2 hours. You know, 10 feet away. I'm gonna troll these people. Like, I'm gonna troll these people. I've been on the zombie server long enough to troll these people. I can full-blown troll them in my, like, right in their fucking face. I can steal days of their time from them, and I can live in their head rent-free. Watch me. While I play New World, and I don't even remember that they exist. Watch, I'll live rent-free in their fucking head. I lived there for months, years. I live rent-free in these fucking brain-dead piece of shit morons' fucking lives, and in their heads, I lived there rent-free. All of, like, for the last, like, forever. I've lived rent-free in their fucking heads for so long. And I'm gonna go play a fun game while they stress out for days. It's hilarious. I'm gonna go play a fun game that brings me joy, you know? While they, like, get on their loser bent and they go grind sulfur so they can go try and beat tyrants and fail horribly and get outplayed by a solo who comes in and spends a tenth of the time and gets a 10 times the loot or something like that. And they're like, oh, I can't figure out this. I can't understand this. Why is this person so much better than us? Well, because I'm not stupid. I just don't make stupid choices like you. It's simple. It was always a simple thing. I'm not stupid like you. I don't make stupid decisions like you. Like specking how you do. Anyways, so, yeah, it's simple. Ooh, house items. I think that's actually a really rare one. Property upkeep. Yeah, I believe that's the best one in that. Yep. So, am I out here? Yeah, I'm out here, and I have turn-ins, and I gotta go back. I love outplaying fucking everybody. You know what I thought about doing? I thought about taking a mini heli to Dome just to thumb it in their fucking face that they can't do anything to me. Like, just be like, oh my god, this guy taunted us for 25 minutes like the old days. And then he stomped us in the dark twice. And then he lost nothing but a crossbow and a revolver. And he wasted 45 minutes of our time. Now he's farming Dome in a mini heli. And he's solo. And we're in a duo. And we're 10 feet away. And we can't do anything. And I thought about doing that to them. Just kind of fucking with their heads. Being like, no, you don't matter in any way or form. You don't, like, you're such ineffectual, worthless people. That I could go on about my day and completely fucking ignore you. You've removed all of your own personal power with your own stupidity. It's like you made yourself a ghost. Their generation has a lot of imposter syndrome problems, and it's because they make themselves ghosts with their low IQ decisions. They make themselves ghosts. We just ignore them. It sucks, but it's true. We just sort of ignore them. They make the poor decision of sitting on that social media too much. They make the poor decision of, like, watching the shorts all day rather than having lives. They make the poor decision of going to Reddit and 4chan and voting for Trump and all this stupid-ass shit. Let them fucking see! Let them see! Let them reap the whirlwind of their poor decisions. I stopped arguing with them this year. Around the election, I just stopped arguing with them. I was like... All right, fine. You want to be stupid. You want to be a fucking moron. All right, fine. Let's see how well that goes for you. I'm gonna stop trying to warn you. Let's see how. I'm just gonna stop trying to warn you. Let's see how well that goes. It didn't go well for you here today, and it's definitely not gonna go well for you in the fucking future. It's hilarious. I love seeing across all of these different lines, and it all traces back to the downfall of the American education system, and then the ravages of what's left, you know, and the ravages of what's left. It sucks. It's, you know, so. And you watch these people incapable of critical thinking skills. They're like incapable of it. They're not now. So I would have okay. So if you're camping by a base and you want to hit the TC and you've got two people and you know you're fighting a solo, critical thinking skills says you should post somebody up at the door of the other base. And then boom, problem solved. But no, I've victimized both of you guys on the motherfucking roof. I pegged one and knocked the other. The only reason I didn't kill both of them is I ran out of guns in the mag. I can only kill so many people. See, that's the same old problem. I can only kill so many people with the worthless ammo that you give me in your gun game. So yeah, I've got 8 shots. I did waste the first guy, and I went for the second one. There's only, you know, only so far 8 shots can get me before he puts a nail gun up my fucking ass. It's just the way the game is designed. So, yeah, but it's kind of funny, like, because of their critical choice failure, I get to gank them in the fucking dark, show them how fucking bad they are, that they play badly in a fucking duo or a trio or whatever the fuck I just saw. I don't even know or care. I don't know or care. They're so bad. Honestly, I don't care to know them. I don't care to fight them. They can raid me if they want. I'll move somewhere else. I don't care if they want to waste that time. You know what I'm saying? I am superior in every single way. It's hilarious to see it. I've completely graduated beyond these fucking idiots and their little tips. I'm completely beyond it. It doesn't matter what happens. Doesn't matter how toxic I am. It doesn't matter what I say to them. It doesn't matter what I do. I am beyond them. The skill level has risen beyond them. It is beyond them. You know what I'm saying? It just, so it doesn't matter. I don't fear them anymore. I don't care what they do anymore. I don't care that they're butt buddies all the time and that you never see a woman with them or anything like that. It's sort of weird. Like just in the last 3 years, I had 2 female co-op partners. You know what I'm saying? These dudes, they've never talked to a woman. They only butt buddy with each other. That's all they do. That's all they do. They sit in their Rust Discord and they butt buddy with each other. It was a vibe I couldn't do. I did it for about 1.5 years and I was like, I don't know, dude. Smells like sausage. Smells like sausage fest. I'm sorry, I can't do this girlless, like, military sim, like, right-wing, like, deathscape that you guys are all obsessed with. I'm sorry, I'm just gonna transcend here across 20 different more worlds. You guys can just wallow in this fucking skibbity toilet, prison. You go right the fuck ahead. I'm gonna graduate. Bye. I'll be in college and you'll still be in high school and you're gonna repeat the 12th grade. And I'm sorry, but have fun. You're gonna be the big 12th grader. And you're gonna be the big man on the block, right? And I'm going on to college. You guys can just stay here and not graduate. You go right the fuck ahead. You go ahead and be stupid. You go ahead and see how a few years of having 0 critical thinking skills, I'm gonna, literally, let's see how well that goes for you. How long till you have to face the world and your lack of critical thinking skills and what you spend your time doing? How long till that hurts you? It can't be very long. 5 years. Let's say they're 15-year-old kids. Nah, by the age of 20, life will eat them fucking alive. It'll just eat them alive. The worst this could ever be is like 5 years of torture. No, I could see it. Even then, like, life will eat these people alive. Their lack of their lack of critical thinking, their lack of a working IQ, and the poor choices that they make all the time makes it so that I don't need to fear them anymore. I never did fear them. I'm talking about like not fear though, but I don't mean fear, but respect them. I don't even need to respect them anymore. Like, I don't respect or worry about them or fear them anymore. Like, honestly, I don't. Like, they're so worthless that they are gonna the trash will take itself out. You know what I'm saying? I'm dead serious. That's Tay-Tay. Tay-Tay said it correctly right in the media. She was like, the trash will take itself out. I could spend all of my life suing them for pitching my bottom at KYGO or whatever the fuck. I could spend all my life trying to teach them a lesson. Or you could just let the trash take themselves out. And after 5 years of this lack of critical thinking, these dumb skills that they use as some kind of replacement for critical thinking or whatever, this dumb that they use to replace their critical thinking or whatever, let that get them into trouble. I don't have to do anything to them. They're going to destroy their own lives. I don't have to do anything to them at all. They're so dumb, they're going to destroy their own lives long before I ever get to them. The trash will take themselves out. You just saw the proof of it. Like, the critical thinking is just not there. They get banged and slaughtered in the fucking dark by somebody half their power, a quarter size of their power, a quarter of their advantage, something like that. It's like probably what it's probably what the Vietnamese thought when we went to Vietnam. They were like, you want to come here on our fucking turf? You want to fuck with us in the foxhole? Okay, fine. You really want that? Okay, fine. You know what I'm saying? And I swear to God, this is literally how these weird, shitty, right-winger, warmonger, military sim people think. They're fucking idiots. They're like, they think that they're just going to come in and take the land or take the property or whatever the fuck. Nah. Some gorilla dude's going to constantly fuck with you because you're actually bad. You're, like, actually bad. You get rickrolled by some dude in the dark. Because it's like, seriously, with like a quarter of your power, and I'm sorry, but like, it just, the whole world sees it, and we're like, oh, you're not a big man. You're worthless. The whole world sees it. The way they act, the critical thinking choices they make, the fact that they don't cover the door, the fact that they die in the dark, that they try to climb the roof, like that's gonna get them somewhere. Like I was raiding it. Fucking moron. You know what that is. The wall's gone. You didn't hear any boom. You live 5 feet away. You know nobody raided. Use your critical thinking skills. Why are you on the fucking roof? And I was like, look at this. I know what they're doing. They're so brain dead moron. They're going to silhouette the roof so I could just spray both of them and slaughter them both. And like, you know, and it's just crazy. And I don't even want to do that. I don't even want to do that, dude. I seriously don't even want to do that. I do it to them, but I do it to it. I did it to 1.5 of them. You know, I seriously take 1.5 of their power off the goddamn board, leave them mortally wounded. One of them's dead on the ground. The other one's bleeding and shit. And I'm like, yeah, I'm dead to a nail gun. Yeah, but I fucking wasted one of you bads. And now you got at least a 2 to 3 minute run. Like, it's like kind of funny. It's like, I don't know, like, don't silhouette on the roof when you know there's no raid. It's weird. Watching their generation try to fuddle-duddle through whatever the fuck they do is so dumb. Watching them try to, like, figure their way through the math test as they try to cheat off your test and fail the 8th grade or whatever is just so dumb. Or, like, yeah, they never get their... what was that joke in Trailer Park Boys that they constantly made? They're like, I got my 10th grade education or whatever. You didn't, or whatever. You know, it's like, it's kind of that thing. It's sort of dumb. Like you're the jail dummy recidivist or whatever. You know, like it's sort of weird. Like I was. Oh no, I've never been a jail dummy recidivist. No, I mean I've been a recidivist, but not a jail dummy. No, and it's just kind of funny. It's like that kind of dumb, that kind of standout dumb. You see it in the choices that they're making as you run some campaign against them, and you're like, oh no, these guys are living clowns. They aren't on my level. I can't fuck with them. I can't disgrace myself with even showing up on the battlefield if I don't take at least 1.5 of them to every one of me. You know what I'm saying? I've got a reputation to uphold here. If I show up, I got to kill at least one of them. You know what I'm saying? But nobody ever sees it from my point of view, which is why do I have to 1v2? You know, just because they want to be a 2v1, I have to 1v2? And and it makes me look bad when I don't kill both of them. I only get 1.5 of them or something. And it makes me look bad, and I just stop. I leave. I'm like, no, I'm not going to 1v2 these goddamn assholes. They're like wary, and they're shooting from the cliff, and they're missing all their shots because they're bads. I'm not missing those shots. I'm sorry, I'm not. If I'm taking those shots, I'm not missing them. And I'm sorry, but I'm not missing those shots if I'm taking them, trust me. Anyways, so I say they missed their shots from the hill and they realize that it's not a very fun, tenable situation. I'm like, oh no, I'm not gonna stop you guys from robbing the TC. I'm just here to tell you how stupid you are. That's all. I literally said it to him in the chat. I was like, oh no, I'm not coming over there to fuck with you guys again. Haha, I almost killed you in the dark again with a fucking spear. You're so bad. Like, you're so bad. Like, I'm not here to harass you or make you feel bad. I just need you to make better choices about the critical thinking that you have and the things that you do and the battle plays that you run and the press W greed and I have to get the loot, I have to get the loot, I have to get the loot. Just watching you guys play, it's like... Oh, God, I used to be like you. I used to be like you. Thank God I'm not like you anymore. I'm not like you anymore. I just don't play dumb like that. I don't get embarrassed. I don't fucking get walked all over. I don't show up 5 seconds to the loot late like you did. I mean, I'm sorry, but I do if I don't know it's there. But I mean, to be fair to these guys, but I mean, they showed up so fast. Like, the minute that I found any loot, they showed up inside of 30 seconds because they're stream sniped. They knew exactly what the fuck was going on. So yeah, they like, maybe they had the advantage because they're stream sniping. I guess you could say they always had the advantage. But another argument is that they got stomped even with the stream snipe. Even with the stream snipe, they got stomped. Because their critical choices are so bad, you can easily walk all over them. They pride themselves at being good, I think. No. You're just a piece of shit out there. You guys are turds out there. I don't even want to fight you, frankly. You guys are turds out there. You're fucking turds out there. Like the right wing. I don't even want to fight you. Frankly, I don't want to bitch about you. I don't want to bitch about you when you win. I don't care about some peaceful transfer of power. You're so fucking worthless that you're going to destroy yourself. I don't need to do anything to you.
Deck the halls of Cody's Shody. Time to have some booze. Here's some more news. Donald
Trump is
the
president now. Oh, fuck!
Hi, everybody. Hey there. Happy holidays. Happy Hanukkah. Harizah Kwanzaa. Yummy time Yule. Delightful Decemberween. And a
Video game
werewolf to you
Christmas.
all. And Merry Christmas.
Where you play your video game worlds, you ignore the fact that Christmas exists. It's Video Gamers Christmas. Come on down to Video Gamers Christmas, where we ignore the fact that we ignore the fact that Christmas exists, and we just play video games. Come on down, it's Video Game Christmas. Nothing but love and respect here. Peace, love, unity, respect. Murder and rape and problems, they don't exist. Come on down to the Video Game Christmas, where nothing bad ever happens except morons who have bad skill. That's it. Like, that's the worst thing that ever happens is idiots with bad skill, like the people that I just met. That's it. That's the worst thing that ever happens in my beautiful Video Game Christmas utopia. Come on down to Video Game Christmas. There's never rape, there's never sorrow, there's never death. There's death, but there's not real death. It's just your video game character's death. There's not any sorrow or problems. Come on down to Video Game Christmas, where all the shitheads most definitely do not rule. Look, I'm chopping this tree. There's no fascist telling me that I've got to pay some king or some person or some middleman so I can sell lumber or something or whatever. There's a tax on the auction house, but that's it. You know, there's no middleman or some dude trying to tell me I can't do this or whatever the fuck, or that I don't live here and I don't own the land, I can't chop this tree or whatever. Look, hey, it's freedom. It's actual freedom. We used to have this. We don't anymore. The shithead fucking right wing took over. You know what I'm saying? We used to have this, but no, Patriot Act. You know, Project 2025, etc. Patriot Act 2025, right? We used to have this freedom and happiness and doing what you want to. Video Game Christmas, where nothing bad ever happens. Yay!
Almost forgot that one. It's legal to say it again.
Come on down. It's Video Game Christmas. Goes from about December 10th till January 6th, where we kick your fucking doors in because we don't like you anymore. Video Gamers Christmas, yeah!
Remember Christmas, right? It's that one pagan holiday.
I remember Video Game Christmas, where I play video games for 3 solid weeks. I don't have any unhappiness. I don't really care about the worthless piece of shit world that stomps you in. It doesn't care if you live or die. And it's Video Game Christmas! Yeah! Video Game Christmas, everybody! No bad piece of shit fucking, fascist, dictators here. It's just Video Game Christmas. Go do a Christmas event, chop a tree, farm some gold, make some silver, make some copper ingots, farm some plex, farm some isk, but gamble on some ships. It's Video Game Christmas. Come on down. There's no sorrow, there's no death, there's no problems, there's nothing but idiots. If you stay away from them, there's not even that. It's just the wonderful, joyful land of Video Game Christmas. It's Video Game Christmas. Sometimes there's idiots. If you don't like them, go away from them. I can literally go away from them. If I don't like the idiots, I can just go away from them here in this beautiful utopia of Video Game Christmas. You heard it here first. It's Video Game Christmas. We do nothing but play video games for 3 solid weeks. We ignore making meals. We ignore talking to the family. We don't worry about some war or some nuclear threat or some fucking thing about your xenophobia about some foreign country or your weird right-winger thing about Project 2025 or your weird new right-winger president or anything that's going on or anything. I just do Video Game Christmas. It's Video Game Christmas, everybody. Video Game Christmas. They can't destroy your freedom when they can't take your soul away because you're playing video games for 3 weeks during Christmas. They can't take your soul away. They will never take our freedom in Video Game Christmas. It's Video Game Christmas, everybody.
decided to become a snitch or Fat Snowman Week or something. I don't remember. But I sure hope Santa saw my wish list and I get a private jet underneath the tree this year. You're not the only—
Dear Santa, I would really like 3 weeks of solid video game play and no distractions. And Santa's like, oh, you've been a very good boy this year. You didn't do anything at all. You didn't harm anybody. You didn't do anything. You didn't make anything. You didn't destroy anything. You did nothing at all but play video games this year, didn't you? And I'm like, yep, I'm actually like the little baby Jesus. I don't ever harm anybody. I don't ever do anything. I just sit there and play video games. I don't plot against people or steal money or do Bitcoin or demon thievery or, you know, republicanism or, you know, politics or military shit or killing people or anything like that. I just do video game Christmas. All day, every day, 24/7, 7 days a week, 4 days a month, 12 months a year, 365 days a year. It's video game Christmas, 365 days a year. Life's a video game Christmas holiday. Life's a holiday. Life's a holiday. It's video game Christmas. It's a video game Christmas. 3 weeks of video game Christmas. Your family doesn't exist. The government doesn't exist. All the wars in the world doesn't exist. Sorrow, rape, murder, crying, like being fat, being unpleasant, all that shit, it doesn't really exist or whatever. It doesn't exist. It's video game Christmas. Yeah, video game Christmas.
Only one who deserves to fly, Kringle, you festive freak.
You festive freaks. Video game Christmas. That's where we're at. That's where we're at 24/7, 365. Video game Christmas. Oh, is it December 10th or whatever the fuck? Nope. Video game Christmas. Oh, is it January 37th? No, it's not January 37th. It's video game Christmas. Is it December 11th? No, it's not December 11th. It's video game Christmas. It's always video game Christmas. Your sorrow can't touch me here, pieces of shit. It's video game Christmas. Video game Christmas for 3 solid weeks. I mean, or what? For 3 solid years, or 3 solid decades, or 3 millennia. It's video game Christmas for 3 solid millennia. Oh God, I really love December 25th when it comes around and I celebrate the birth of video games and video game Christmas. And I think about video games and video game Christmas and I think about, oh my God, it's going to be 3 days, 3 years, 3 months, 3 decades, 3 millennia of video game Christmas. 3 million years of video game Christmas. Politics? I don't know, but video game Christmas. Sex? Yeah, yes, please. But also video game Christmas. Drugs? Absolutely. But also video game Christmas. Where do you stand on drugs? I stand very high on it, but not as high as video game Christmas. Drugs, sex, video game Christmas, winning.
Christmas. Anyway, some group
video game Christmas
with this one guy's birthday. You know when that guy at work does like a St. Patrick's Day, but also their birthday get together at a bar every year? It's like that. And in the United States,
it's video game Christmas. Hey, what games are you guys getting for Christmas? It's the only thing that matters. What games are you buying for Christmas? It's the only question that matters. Not what religion you are, or what color of your skin, or what country you're from, or what language you speak, or what your dialect is, or any of that stuff. None of the isms or anything like that. The only thing that really matters, and we all know it, it's really true, is video game Christmas. It's the only thing that really matters, is what games are you getting for Christmas? That's the only thing that matters. Video game Christmas.
Jesus' birthday celebration is about something very special, precious, and sacred.
I stand high on video game Christmas.
That's not a hot
I
take.
get very high on Christmas.
Every grumpy
video game Christmas
movie, but it's also pretty true.
Smoke every time he says video game Christmas.
Usually are, and we hate it. By one estimate, consumer spending in America is nearing the $1 trillion mark just
Video
during the
games.
holidays.
That's what they're buying. Video games. Trillions of dollars on video games. $60 a pop. They're not cheap. Trillions of dollars on drugs, sex, and video games. Video game Christmas.
It just never stops growing. Like that
It
moment.
just never stops happening. Video game Christmas. What's tomorrow? Video game Christmas. What's the day after tomorrow? Video game Christmas. What's the day after? The day after? The day after tomorrow? Fuck, I don't know, but I'm sure it's something to do with video game Christmas. I'm sure it is.
Shower, or my desire to shower whenever I see the mold. But to be effed and be and ho-ho-ho'd, the Christian religion itself does get its own boost this season as well. While overall church attendance is lowering in the United States,
Good.
a 2023 survey showed that 1 in 5 Americans...
Less church, more video game Christmas. Don't ask what God can do for you. Ask when is video game Christmas.
Americans still plan to attend church during the holiday even if they don't regularly go. It's like when the Home Alone kid...
Hey, what games did you guys get for video game Christmas? I got Stalker 2 and you know, the only stuff that matters. What games you got for video game Christmas? Let's go look. What games did I get for video game Christmas? Let's see. Gotta open my Steam, right? What games did I get for video game Christmas? I got I got Bellrite. I got Stalker 2. I got Duckside. I got Elite Dangerous. And I think that's it. Oh, Kingdom Come Deliverance. And these are all games I haven't played yet that I got for Christmas. I'm dead serious. Yeah, that's it. I think that's it. Yeah, those are all the games that I got for Christmas. That's the only thing that matters. You want to go to some house and bow down on a pew and pray to God. I want to go to my living room, turn on my television, and commence video game Christmas. To each their own.
Kid goes to the church in that movie where he gets home alone, a very merry burgling.
Oh my God, my entire life is Home Alone to very merry burgling. Oh my God.
Every year, people gravitate toward their local church. Maybe sing some carols, watch that donkey show they do. Just a small and intimate moment to reflect on the teachings of Jesus Christ. If you're a sucker, because here's some festive news. This ain't
There is
your
no Jesus
granddaddy's
Christ.
church any no more.
Sucker. God, I love being a fucking video game Christmas spouting heretical agnostic. It's so fun. Oh yeah? If you really believe in these things, then show me.
Wow. Okay,
I'm not saying they don't exist. I'm saying show me.
You take mushrooms and go to that. I'd get
Well, I'll take
prophecies
mushrooms
up the
and go to
ass.
that.
That
Yeah.
is footage from Prestonwood Baptist Church, one of thousands of megachurches in the United States, and one of
Mega
over
church.
200 megachurches in
Mega
Texas
church.
alone.
Mega
As you can
church.
see in that clip, megachurches are doing
Mega
pretty well
church.
in this country. They have Cirque du Soleil.
Mega church. Mega churches. Mega churches.
Lay money now, which the French call argent. And with that argent Christianity, too, can run like a well-oiled machine, but their oil is probably anointed. Along with megachurches, there are, of course, multiple production companies devoted to films like God's Not Dead and Left Behind, and that Dennis Quaid airplane film that, get this,
Nicolas Cage
exists.
Oh no! Wait, whoa. Hold on here. Hold on, we gotta put this on the main screen here. Now, I am a hipster douchebag who believes in video game Christmas. I've been very clear about this. Video game Christmas. And one of the things about being a hipster douchebag is you can spot another hipster douchebag in the wild from like 50 miles away. It's just this thing. You're like, what up? There's another hipster douchebag who's actually using their brain, who hasn't lost to the lack of critical thinking skills or whatever, right? Who actually uses their own brain to reach their fucking own conclusions, right? Instead of just spouting whatever idiot social media thing. And so I spotted the hipster douchebag in the wild. You can tell from the suit, the tie, the beard, and the eyes, the soulful Asperger's eyes. That I spotted a wild, hipster douchebag in the wild. And I think Cody and I could laugh about this if I were to ever meet him. He knows it. I know it. Hipster douchebag. Absolutely. And so here's some hipster douchebaggery that he's about to drop on us that you would never, ever, ever hear about in, say, I don't know, gun videos. Videos about guns on YouTube or whatever.
Devoted to films like God's Not
Dead, starring Kevin Sorbo, Shane Harper, David A.R. White, and Dean Cain.
Not Dead and Left Behind.
Oh no, Left Behind, based on the New York Times bestseller Left Behind, Nicolas Cage, Chad Michael Murray, Cassie Thompson. Oh no. This is post leaving Las Vegas. Come on, damn it. Die, you stupid kitty. Die, Steve French. Dive. There you go. Stupid kitty. Go away now.
And that Dennis...
Left Behind. Now, I wasn't aware of Left Behind. Please don't kill me. 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 Where did you come from? You're so annoying. I don't really understand. I was just standing there. Nothing was there. You aggroed the second I alt-tabbed. It was just insane. I grabbed some nuts. Mature tree. Lots of stuff. Trees and stuff.
Quaid airplane film that...
Oh no, it's Dennis Quaid, Heather Graham, and Jesse Metcalf on A Wing and a Prayer on Prime. It's Heather Graham, Dennis Quaid, and Jesse Metcalf. On A Wing and a Prayer. This is gonna be a stinker. Oh no. Oh no. This is some hipster douchebag shit. Not that the fucking movie is good, or that you should watch the movie, or that hipster douchebags approve of the movie. That is not the message here. Only a hipster douchebag would know about this. This is the kind of film that slides through the cracks.
How long's the flight, Daddy?
You start taking a nap on the runway. When you wake up, we'll be back home in
Oh no!
Louisiana.
Oh no! It's cringe in the wild. It's actual fucking cringe, not some fucking YouTube poops or something. It's actual cringe in the wild.
906 Bravo Bravo, enter the pattern on left downwind.
I'm gonna get DMCA'd, I think. Stop this now.
Talk to air traffic control.
Stop this now. Nope.
Miami
That dude's sleeping. Why? He's the pilot.
Center. Is anyone there?
Say your tail number and intention.
The pilot's dead, and I don't know how to fly.
Doug, what's going on?
Heather Graham's like, what? The pilot's dead, and I don't know how to fly. On a wing and a prayer.
I've got an emergency up here. My wife
Dennis Quaid. On a wing and a prayer.
and daughter.
The feel-good movie of the Amazon Prime April rotation. The Amazon Prime April rotation of stinkers. Oh, I wasn't aware of On a Wings and a Prayer. I wasn't aware of the Wings and a Prayer, but now I'm aware of On a Wing and a Prayer. So, okay, what does the hipster douchebag do when they run across a movie like this? You invite about 15 of your friends over. You throw an intergalactic gargle blaster party, which is something we used to do, where you take vodka, sugar, and blue food coloring, and you mix it together. Now notice I didn't say anything else, just vodka, sugar, and blue food coloring. And you call it Intergalactic Gargle Blaster. Everybody's tongues are blue all night because they're drinking Intergalactic Gargle Blaster, and every time that they speak, you can see a blue tongue, and you can't take anybody serious because they've been slamming fucking, expensive vodka that's mixed with blue food coloring and sugar. That's it. Maybe some water, Water, vodka, blue food coloring. It sounds about as horrible as it is. Usually you do this when you're about 23, but you could do this when you're 45 if you want an ulcer. And, and you have all 9 people watch On a Wing and a Prayer with the music off, and you listen to Pink Floyd. You turn the lights off, you put on a lava lamp, couple of lava lamps and a black light, and you listen to Pink Floyd's, Dark Side of the Moon, while you watch On a Wing and a Prayer, and you laugh every time Dennis Quaid throws his hands up and admits that he can't fly.
Are on this plane.
I need you to stop.
The pilot's dead, and he's like passed over, slumped over on the wheel, and they can't get rid of the body. Oh, it's all fucked up. It's like Weekend at Bernie's because the pilot's dead, but they can't get him out of the fucking pilot seat because it's a Cessna.
A plane crash.
So there's like the dead guy and the idiot Dennis Quaid who can't fly a plane.
First I know.
I mean, I don't know how to fly a plane either. So, I mean, I don't know if you can really call him an idiot. It's just Dennis Quaid. It's
Has he flown a King Air?
never.
Gotta
Drink every time they say never. Drink Intergalactic Gargle Blaster every time they say never. This is what Intergalactic Gargle Blaster parties consist of. You pick the worst, most cringy media that you can fucking think of, and you make fun of it for 2 hours with your friends. It's not hate watching. It's hipster douchebaggery.
very tight window. How long's he been in the air?
Start easing off of those controls.
Oh my God, it's Heather Graham saying start easing off of the controls.
Can you do
Or
that?
no, it's not Heather Graham, it's the other lady.
We got a real good co-pilot.
Give me the other lady should have been in the plane, and Heather Graham should have been on the fucking phone. Put Heather Graham on the phone. Heather Graham got miscast in this. The other lady should have been in the plane, and Dennis Quaid's wife should have been that lady, and Heather Graham should have been the lady on the phone trying to teach him how to fly, and they should have like this cute moment where Heather Graham and him kind of fall in love, but his wife's sitting in the next seat in the plane. Well, not in the next seat, because in the next seat there's Weekend at Bernie's dead guy. The cringe of this movie is off the fucking, it's off the stellar charts. I saw it when he dropped it, and I was like, oh no, it's cringe. It's actual pure cringe. You almost never actually see it anymore.
Up here.
April 7th on Amazon Video. On a Wing and a Prayer with Dennis Quaid and Heather Graham. Why? When you pitch this video to your fucking producer, how do you do it with a straight face? How do you do it? How do you do it? You're like, well, we wanted Nicolas Cage, but we got Dennis Quaid. We really wanted like Glenn Close or somebody, but we got fucking Heather Graham. So here we are. This movie is called On a Wing and a Prayer for so many different reasons. There's Heather Graham. She's praying that it doesn't kill her career. She's got a wing and a prayer, all right.
Landing gear down.
Landing gear down. Drink every time they make a cheesy one-liner about flying. Drink every time. Drink Intergalactic Gargle Blaster at your hipster douchebag party. Drink every time they make a joke about grabbing the flight stick, or drink every time that they lose connection.
I'm looking for the emergency procedures.
I'm looking for the emergency procedures.
No doubt we're gonna need them.
We're gonna need them. Going up to the spirit. Drink every time they play Going Up to the Spirit in the Sky. Drink every time that they play Going Up to the Spirit in the Sky.
Buckled up back there.
I don't know how to fly. Snakes on a plane, bitch.
He's flying right toward the stars.
Oh my God! It's pure schlock in the wild of a snake on the plane level of schlock. It is a subtle level of schlock. Like I'm sure some young impressionable Christian kids probably were subjected to this by their parents or whatever. But I'm sorry. I'm fucking sorry. I'm sorry I'm sorry for On a Wing and a Prayer.
He is never gonna make it.
God damn it, that's the anger that I have when I think of On a Wing and a Prayer and the money that you wasted on this fucking stinker.
You can do it.
You can't ever let me near Hollywood or video game developers. You can just see it. Inside of the first sentence, I'm definitely going to use the word junk artists. I'm definitely gonna use the word junk artist, and like honestly, I'm like Jay Sherman. I don't know how to. I should not ever be in the same room as any of these industry fucking like so and so's. That's the only nice thing that I can say about them is industry so and so's. These people that make these movies. I guess I'm glad that Hollywood still exists. It's kind of like what I said about Stalker 2. I was like, well, I'm glad this Stalker still exists. That's the only positive thing that I can say. Hollywood is the exact same thing. Well, I'm glad Hollywood still exists. They have to make their money somehow. So I guess I'm glad that Hollywood is on a wing and a prayer.
Sometimes you gotta trust in things you can't see.
Sometimes you get a chance to play Going Up to the Spirit in the Sky for 15 times in a movie. And when you get that chance, you take that Dennis Quaid chance and you play Going Up to the Spirit in the Sky 15 times during your Amazon Prime April rotation film schlock. When you get that chance, you take that chance and you play Going Up to the Spirit in the Sky 15 times during the trailer. Going up to the spirit in my butthole. Going up to the spirit in my butthole. It's what I hear. It's like what I hear. I can hear Matt and Trey laughing at you and designing a South Park episode. It's so bad. I literally can. I can hear them doing it. Going up to the spirit of this plane. Gonna crash this plane into the ground. Oh, God. Oh, my God. Him and Heather Graham they're so good together. Dennis Quaid and Heather Graham are like, oh, my God, they're this hot romantic fucking item. They're so good. It's the male cougar opposite roller girl. I'm sorry, don't ever let me in the same room as these people. How do you people sleep at night? On a pile of money with many beautiful women. Just asking. Jay Sherman response to them, I have this like John Lovitz response to these fucking people, or like H. John Benjamin. I have like this H. John Benjamin response to these people. It's just odd. You see something like what he dropped, and you're like, oh no, it's Dennis Quaid and Heather Graham in On a Wing and a Prayer. Why did you make this movie? Well, we had a wing and a prayer.
This exists.
It exists. Who is this movie for? Who is the Marvel Universe for? Who is Spider-Man for? who is it's for young, angsty teenage men who don't get laid, who think that they're white knights or something. It's insane. It's weird. Who are these movies for? Who? I mean, do I need a Dennis Quaid father male role figure who teaches me how to land the plane when I've never flown a plane before? And Heather Graham stands by him, and the woman on the phone is walking him through it word by word. And Jesse Metcalf is walking him through it word by word.
Faith or even the official church.
Why does this exist? Why does it exist? Who is that for?
But rather the...
How white are you? I always wonder what movies would Napoleon Dynamite watch, and this is it. It's On a Wing and a Prayer. You always wonder what movies would Napoleon Dynamite watch. It's not gonna be David Lynch or anything cool. Or like, I don't know, like Kubrick. I mean, maybe Kubrick, maybe. But like, but it's not going to be anything cool. It's going to be this shit. This is the shit that Napoleon Dynamite would watch. This is, they made fun of Napoleon Dynamite, despite it being this cool little breakout film that was really good, that Bill Hader did really well or whatever, right? It still was like, we were kind of making fun of Napoleon Dynamite, though, the entire fucking movie. It kind of sucked. We were kind of making fun of autistic people with Napoleon Dynamite. And sure, he gets a breakout thing, and that one time, or whatever. This one time, like Angus, he has this breakout moment that's cool at the end of the prom or whatever. But no, I really think of Napoleon Dynamite as kind of this like lampoon on autism, essentially. And so you think, like, what movies would Napoleon Dynamite watch? It's On a Wing and a Prayer, bitch. It's On a Wing and a Prayer. That's who they make those movies for. It's people stuck in Ohio that are like eating grilled cheese sandwiches, and their grandma's like at the dirt track, It's weird like that. It's weird like that. That's Americana for you. And you wonder who's watching On a Wing and a Prayer, because it's sure the fuck not me. Not without a lot of vodka and some kind of hipster sex party. That's not happening. Not the sex party, but the movie. The hipster sex party can happen. The movie can't. You know what I'm saying? And I'm kidding about the sex party part. But I'm not kidding about the hipster party part. Like, the hipster party part would need to happen for me to watch this movie. I don't think I could subject myself to this fucking movie. It's so cringe and schlock out in the wild that I would hate watching it. And I just don't want to disrespect the makers of the movie that much. And I actually like Dennis Quaid and Heather Graham. So, I mean,
American Christianity industry.
Why is On a Wing and a Prayer? 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 Why is, like, I'm going to ask this on their video game trailer. I'm going to be like, well, they're on their video trailer, on the trailer for this film, On a Wing and a Prayer. I'm going to sub to Prime Video. I'm going to say, thank you for the excellent content for my stream, Prime Video. Thanks for putting me up against DMCA risk for playing Spirit in the Sky 15 times, a total of 15 times in this 2-minute video. And so I'm just going to ask the question that everybody else is asking. None of these other people are asking it. I'm going to ask the fucking question. I'm going to ask the fucking question. The question that everybody is on. I'm sorry. I'm going to ask the question. I'm sorry. I'm going to ask the question. Why is On a Wing and a Prayer? Why is On a Wing and a Prayer? I'm sorry, I'm going to ask the question. Why is On a Wing and a Prayer? Badom tis. Don't forget to play Spirit in the Sky. We must respect it. Why is On a Wing and a Prayer? Why is On a Wing and a Prayer? I said the comment. I don't care if it's angry or whatever. I don't care. It's
that happens.
They're pure schlock. I think of that money and I'm like, what? Okay, let's see. You can make On a Wing and a Prayer, or you could just get some food and aid and antibiotics together and just dump it to some starving village in Africa. That would be a better use of your money. I said what I thought. I said what I think. Rather than making On a Wing and a Prayer, I would rather that you just dropped airdrops of care embargo for starving villages in Africa. It would be a better use of your money.
Specific sects and celebrities. And wouldn't you
Why do you make things that you aren't passionate about? Why do you make art that you aren't passionate about? Why?
This industry goes hand in hand with right-wing politics. We did a video about that. Like and subscribe. And so, for example, while you may have tuned out those God's Not Dead movies, they keep making them. There's like 5...
God's Not Dead. God's Not Dead 2. God's Not Dead. In God We Trust. God's Not Dead. A Light in the Darkness. God's Not Dead. We the People.
5 of them right now. They're
God's Not Dead.
We must maintain a wall of separation between church and state. Religion has no place in the public square.
God has no place in those walls.
Once they bankrupt our country,
Bam, bam, bam! Pure schlock. In the wild. You almost never see it.
where did we go wrong, Lord?
One nation not under God.
We need someone who can light a fire in the motives.
Oh my God, it's Remy.
The preacher. He helped on those education hearings.
It's Remy from House of Cards. He's actually such a good actor.
I've been hired to manage your campaign for Congress.
I'm not a politician.
If you don't take on this fight, we could lose everything.
Oh yeah, that voice. That strong voice.
Topical.
He's got that voice.
So
smoky.
How did this happen?
Smoky voice from the South.
Not those movies specifically. That was Sorbo money. We've talked about
Sorbo
how Christianity
money
became entangled in the right, but now it's time to talk about how it was sold to everyone else. Uncover the truth, like the Da Vinci Code for PR campaigns, or whatever conclave is. Let's get
whatever
conclaved.
Let's get conclaved hard.
General Dr. Reverend Cody's How the Right Sold Christianity. I probably don't need to keep making disclaimers, but we're not talking about your local pastor putting out a collection plate to pay for a heating unit that doesn't give him bloody noses. Churches are tax exempt because they are traditionally seen as these humble and altruistic institutions doing good for the community, like the church in Disney's Robin Hood. But what's of course fascinating...
Oh my God, I love the church in Disney's Robin Hood. Every town got its ups and downs. Sometimes ups outnumber the downs, but not in Nottingham. But not in Nottingham. Every town has its ups and downs. Sometimes ups outnumber the downs, but not in Nottingham. I'm inclined to believe if we were so down, we'd up and leave. We'd up and fly if we had wings for flying. Can't you see the tears we're crying? Can't there be some happiness for me? But not in Nottingham.
Is that a small town church more or less has the exact same tax status as people like this.
You know, I've owned 3 different jets in my life, and I used them and just burning them up for the Lord Jesus Christ.
Why? Why do you brag like that? You are a Satan spawn. You don't come from up there. You come from down there. Why do you brag like that? Oh, good. You have 3 jets that you burn for God. don't like you. Televangelist.
Duplantis says God himself told him it's time for an upgrade.
He said, I want you to believe me for a Falcon.
Time for an
7X.
upgrade
So
with
I
2
said,
Ds
okay.
for a double dose
Falcon
of this
7
pimpin'.
jet like this one to preach to more people around the world. And he's asking his followers for the $54 million.
I really believe that if Jesus was physically on the earth today, he wouldn't be riding a donkey.
Okay.
What?
Just because I'm anti-boar, that doesn't automatically mean I'm pro-donkey. But
I'm pro-donkey.
it seems like an odd slam against Jesus' preferred mode of transportation. Also, in Minecraft, donkeys can get 15 inventory slots. Also, that church in Robin Hood happily takes the mouse's last farthing, so they were scum too. But you get the point. There is a wildly vast chasm between a church asking their local congregation to help with upkeep and megachurch evangelists asking millions of viewers to fund his You
know, I forgot about that. They take that poor rabbit family's last shilling, too. They take the last shilling. I forgot all about that. God, the commentary, the British commentary in Robin Hood. All the beautiful classism was there. There was Maid Marian with her maids and her dresses and her gowns and this like implication that she kind of didn't really know the plight of Robin Hood's men. And like there was like, you know, the Sheriff of Nottingham stealing and representing an absentee leadership. Sound familiar? King Richard's gone and the Sheriff of Nottingham has gone nuts and has, you know, it's lived long enough to become the villain. And it's just, you know, there's all this really classic, like Robin Hood was definitely my favorite Disney film by far. Absolutely. Plus the music was really good. Oh God, I can hear the horns in my head. The horns, some of the majestic horns in it. So good.
Fourth, private jet. The world of televangelism and prosperity gospel has been exposed time and time again. There are so many of them, all of whom seem to want nothing more than a damn jet. I mean, I get it. Come on, Santa! It seems like an obvious dodge, but to some extent, the concept of prosperity gospel does sound appealing on the surface.
We've been speaking out against the televangelists all of our lives. This is Jerry Falwell.
A fundamental principle. It's almost seen as a moral victory. We're guaranteed the pursuit of happiness, and we've equated that with having lots of money. And so for some, getting rich is an affirmation that God is on your side. You have been rewarded for your devotion. Scratch those lotto tickets and finally got paid. This probably explains why a 2022 Lifeway research poll showed that 76% of American Protestants believed that God wanted them to prosper financially, with 52% of them believing that if they give enough money to the church and to charity, that God will bless them in return. Because altruism is only good if we get stuff back. That's why there's an I in the word. It probably comes as no surprise that prosperity gospel is literally an American product, much like jazz, pro wrestling, and me. While the origins of the movement began in the late 1800s under the guise of New Thought, it was popularized by Reverend Oral Roberts. If that name sounds weirdly familiar, here's a shout out to all my millennial stop motion animation fans. Starting the late 1940s, Oral began preaching in tent revivals and held faith healing sessions inspired by the verse in 3 John 2, quote, "Beloved, I wish above all things that thou mayest prosper and be in health, even as thy soul prospereth." Compared to churches that focus on quiet spirituality or loud hellfire and damnation of the soul, you can see how Money God had an immediate appeal. Using this more positive-leaning message, Roberts became one of the first televangelists in the country, with his show, song, and book titled "Something Good is Going to Happen to You." Very few sentences sound both positive yet haunting at the same time, but it's unsurprising that a guy named Oral found that sweet spot. And something good did happen to Old Throaty, as he became wealthier and healthier thanks to his followers donating their seed offerings to him in exchange for blessing packs. Those included fabric imprinted with Roberts' right hand and anointing oils that would provide a financial blessing or money harvest in exchange for their good faith. Essentially, he was selling Christianity loot boxes, and that was just one of many grifts he was scrutinized for at the time. For example, he claimed that God would take him home, kill him, if his followers didn't cough.
Yeah, God
up
kills
$8
people all the
million
time.
to keep his failing City of Faith Medical Center from shutting down. Keep in mind that while he was asking for this money, Robert still wore expensive jewelry and Italian silk suits that he had airbrushed out of publicity photos of himself. Not to mention that, of course, he owned a private jet that he could have easily sold to help funding. Anyway, that hospital was shut down in 1989. But while the hospital and Roberts himself are no longer with us,
my wife's
Oral
sick in the
Roberts
hospital.
University has been going strong as a puritanical private college forbidding alcohol consumption, premarital sex, homosexuality, and something called social dancing, among other mandates. Pretty absurd rules for a place named after mouth stuff. Oh, they also ban worthless checks. After all, this university is about money. God, but also money, equally, together, as pals, social dancing with each other. You can't spell gold without God. Of course, you take the L. Anyway, there have since been more and more preachers getting in on this. You know them: Jim Baker, Joel Osteen, Jerry Falwell, that guy who looks like a Halloween mask. And of course, there are also critics within the Christian community, including, one could argue, Jesus. You know the guy. There are, some Bible passages that contradict this movement that you can read in your own time if you're interested. In 3, 2, 1, boom shaka Bible! You get all that? Cool, I don't care. Because while there are arguments you can make about the appeal of prosperity gospel, there's really no denying that it's a big, terrible scam on vulnerable people.
My version, though, of ministry was certainly attached to the health and wealth gospel, which isn't really a gospel at all, but the idea, we use that term, that if you follow Jesus and believe in him by faith and just give your life to him, that he will make everything better. We kind of sell that idea, and you create these tiers of the more you give to God, the more he'll give to you, which is dangerous because it's attached to some biblical principles. Who sows sparingly will reap sparingly, and to whom much has been given, much is required. And if you're faithful in little, you'll be faithful. I mean, you have some principles, but in the end, to sell this guarantee that if you give enough, or if you believe enough, that God will, and then you start naming things that everybody wants, pretty dangerous theological view of God, because if he doesn't do that, does that mean you didn't have enough faith? Does that mean he doesn't love you? Does that mean that, you're not as good as someone else and God doesn't see you as highly as he does
Listening
them?
to you speak
Well,
is like
a
Chinese finger trap
That was
puzzle.
Costi Hinn, nephew of Benny Hinn, a millionaire faith healer that spouted the prosperity gospel and was investigated by the feds. And at one point, say it with me now, owned a private jet. I am begging you all to please be more creative and original with your money. Like, make a theme park or something.
Stop buying jets.
A fun theme park. As you can see, this emotional manipulation of making people believe that being poor or sick is due to some kind of moral failing instead of complex problems with societal systems or just biological science is, dare I say, evil. And furthering that manipulation to get these sick or impoverished people to shell out whatever money they have as an act of faith and desperation is, dare I sayer, eviler. Perhaps even the evilerist. It is the worst kind of grift, telling people that it's their fault that they are disadvantaged, and then conning them to support the ultra-wealthy as a way to miraculously solve their problems. It's also, if you haven't noticed, what American conservatism is. What a coincidence that the American invented prosperity gospel is both a convenient way to make capitalism a morally good concept, and that the people perpetuating it are, for one, very corrupt, And 2, coincidentally, big supporters of the Republican Party that spent the last 50 plus years entwining themselves with Christianity, a party that specifically pushes the idea of government deregulation and religious freedom, which are the 2 main ways these evangelist leaders can get stupid rich. And this is why this affects everyone. Even if you don't totally feel 100% empathetic towards these believers for whatever reason, this is going to make your life worse. In 2007, Richard Roberts, Oral Roberts' son and president of Oral Roberts University, was ousted due to a lawsuit and scandal involving misappropriation of funds to bankroll his lavish lifestyle. This included remodeling his home 11 times.
Why?
And requiring university employees to do his daughter's homework. Also, allegations that his wife did stuff with underage teen boys that I'm pretty sure goes against Oral Roberts University's code of conduct. A lot of social dancing, if you catch my drift. But among all of those terrible things, the most notable is that Roberts used university money and students to help fund and stump for a local mayoral campaign for a Republican candidate, which, given the university's tax-exempt status, is illegal, at least for now. Let's see what Trump does, Cody says, about everything in America. And speaking of that, geez, you know who this all obviously reminds me of? The method of blatant con men preying on vulnerable people by hijacking a pre-existing dogma and twisting it to serve a cult-like leader. Did you guess? Did you guess who this reminds me of? Did you? Did you get
the latest venture in the long list of Trump-approved goods for just $10,000, as you heard there? An American flag guitar with his signature could be yours.
Did you guess it? Now, we're going to get back to the actual episode in a minute, but I just have to talk about these guitars for a second. So, first of all, these God Bless America guitars with an airbrushed eagle decal on them are highly suspected to be, you guessed it, made in China. They're Les Paul style guitars, but the neck is bolted on. There's very little information about the manufacturer, but just that it's from a veteran-owned company, no name of the company. Like, for all we know, the veteran is just what Trump is calling himself in this case. But regardless, these guitars have either Make America Great Again or Donald J. Trump written across the fretboard instead of actual inlays, which are typically on guitars to indicate specific locations on the neck of the guitar. Like, maybe there are dots there on the other part of the neck, you can see them, but like it's the bad guitar already. They're there for a reason. They're very helpful. Bad idea for a guitar. In terms of the electric version, the pickups, which pick up the vibrations of the guitar and help convert it into the crunchy rock you love, are not real ones. I assume they were also made in China because they're just called Trump buckers, which is a play on a type of pickup, the humbucker. But pickups are made by manufacturers. You can track down the manufacturer and the quality of the pickup. But not on this mystery guitar shop, buytrumpguitars.com. No, they sell guitars made with Trump buckers. And the strings they use are Trump benders for the electric and Magatone for the acoustic. I don't know those strings. Nobody knows those strings. What does this guitar sound like? The only other information on the website is a disclaimer about how they have no affiliation with Gibson guitars. That disclaimer was recently added because the mystery company that makes this, I have to assume, worst guitar anyone's ever built, got hit with a cease and desist from Gibson Guitars on account of them using the world-famous Gibson guitar shape and design, or as a Fox News affiliate referred to them, Nashville-based guitar company. This cease and desist is probably related to why the website took down most photos of the guitar and the remaining ones show a different shape than the original guitar that was advertised. What is up with this guitar? Which guitar will you get if you order one? Do they have to make completely new guitars now? Are they going to have enough Trump buckers to do so? I want to play one of these terrible guitars so badly, but I will absolutely not pay, I assume, Donald Trump $1,500 to do it. And obviously, we didn't need to focus so much on this guitar. We easily could have just mentioned the Trump Bibles that the scam president wants to scam people with. You know, those God Bless the USA Bibles created by God Bless the USA songwriter Lee Greenwood. The Bibles we've mentioned before that are also made in China, that were made for $3 each and sold for $60 each. The Bibles with extra stuff about America in them, including the Pledge of Allegiance to a country in your Bible. We could have mentioned all of that instead, but we chose the guitar. Because in fact, somebody did decide to buy this guitar for rock and roll research. YouTuber Taylor Danley purchased this guitar, or whichever guitar they have to make now, and he noticed this.
So after buying this overpriced sketchy guitar in the name of science and potentially ruining Christmas for my kids, I noticed that the charge came from a company called God Bless the USA Bible. Huh. That's weird. I bought a guitar.
That is weird. If the guitar is ever redesigned and then made and then shipped, I look forward to hearing all about how it's, you know, a scam. A scam from our frequently scamming scam president, and also apparently Lee Greenwood, which aside from the obviously absurd God Bless the USA made in China, and we love God, but also we pledge allegiance to the United States of America stuff. It's also funny because it's like, bro, you're a musician. Make a good guitar. Pretend like you're not selling a scam. Anyway, it's easy to be in awe of Trump's sudden cult status and grift empire. How in just a few years, he was able to make a large part of the country ignore obvious reality and stick their dicks in this scam blender. Buying his stupid products, pretending he has a tan, acting like he's going to save America with tariffs, saying this.
And the Bible is my favorite book.
But when you look at the slow burn of evangelism working literally in tandem with the Republican Party, you realize that MAGA had a pre-existing system in place. It was paint by numbers, and it's the final stage to this decades-long hijacking of Christianity, because faith, especially blind faith, is easy to betray. And not to get all edgelord Hugh Grant and heretic on you, but it can be used to control people. And so, no better method for a political machine than tying their ideology to faith. That's kind of why we want to separate church and state. And so after the break, we're going to really show those similarities and talk about the obvious grifts and scams that both televangelists and Trump often use, and where it's all heading. To hell, I bet. Have some ads. Ads be with you. Did you hear? Joe Biden, who I guess is a president, pardoned his son Hunter. And let me be clear when I say that everyone here on the show just does not care. Lock him up, or don't. I don't know, I'm hungry. But listen, what I do care about is Ground News. You can check them out with the QR code on the screen. That's a sexy sponsor we at The Sexy Show sought out sexily. That's both a website and an app that gathers news from around the world from the entire political spectrum and allows us to compare coverage and verify our information. Using Ground News, I can see that there are over 230 headlines reporting on the Hunter Biden pardon on their page, most of which are just whatever. But I guess the right-wing media cares a lot and has a lot of weird things to say. For example, The Sun's big scoop is that Biden had marks on his cheek after the pardon happened. Are they trying to imply that Hunter roughed him up? But later in their article, they note that it's probably from a CPAP machine, and then explain in detail what that is. Did they forget what they were writing about? What is all this? Where am I? Anyway, you can get all these headlines plus context on each publication over at ground.news/SMN. With that link, you can save 50% off unlimited access, their biggest discount of the year. The news is, as you can see, odd right now. A lot of AI in there, I bet. But Ground News will give you the tools you need to stay informed, such as a factuality chart and a blind spot feed that shows you stories the media isn't covering. So check them out. Again, that's ground.news/SMN to get 50% off unlimited access for yourself. Or gift it to someone you know. The link is in the description. That's the end of this sentence and advertisement.
Choo choo!
here comes the ad train. I hate that freaking train. Damn ad trains, always driving through my lawn, ruining the grass. Who's driving that train anyway? I'll get them. That's why I use Simply Safe to watch for the ad train that tears up my lawn. And right now, Simply Safe is extending its massive Black Friday deal for our audience. While a lot of older systems only take action after there is an intruder, Simply Safe's Active Guard outdoor protection will stop a problem before it happens. They have live agents watching in real time who can talk directly to any trespassers, be them train or other. Because yes, crime is down in this country, but there are so many reasons an individual might need an extra eye on things. Also, there are no long-term contracts or cancellation fees, unlike the ad train, which happens no matter what you do. I'm not even positive that it is a train. Maybe it was a dream, actually. I don't know. Anyway, this week only, you can take 50% off any new system with a select professional monitoring plan. This is your last chance to claim their best offer of the year. So head to simplysafe.com/more news to claim your discount and make sure your home is safe this season. Don't wait! This offer won't last long. Keep your home, your family, and your peace of mind protected with Simply Safe. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
Did you like those ads? I hope so. I hated them. But also, please buy the stuff, obviously. Anyway, we were talking about prosperity gospel and its impact on American culture and how it pretty perfectly reflects MAGA politics and a lot of Trump's grifts. It's almost beat for beat with a lot of these evangelists. For example, a lot of them were TV personalities just like Trump. Back in the 70s, Jim Bakker and his then-wife Tammy Faye hosted the widely distributed Christian talk show, the PTL Club. PTL stood for Praise the Lord, or People That Love, an oddly not pesky tax loophole. The show had millions of viewers who made monthly pledges and purchased products directly advertised on the program to help support it. And that's always the starting pitch, and it's often a legitimate one. Things cost money to make. Like and subscribe to our patreon.com/somemorenews, etc. and so forth. Whether you're a politician or a public access show, you need money that doesn't come from corporations. In theory. And while a lot of underfunded groups might perpetually need to sling those totes, televangelists are totes abusing that dynamic. The Bakkers were asking people for money while their business was making over $100 million a year. They not only got donations in the form of checks, but reportedly also got mink coats, diamonds, and deeds to houses. They built a damn theme park, and a fun one. But after several drug and sex scandals, plus one divorce and a splash of prison time, Jim still managed to grift his followers for cash, but for a much different reason.
We're in the SOS time.
Yes.
That means save our stations. I want you, when you order this $1,000, to do it in faith, to sow that $1,000 seed in faith, believing that this is part of your seed into the kingdom of God. You're doing something for the kingdom of God. Do whatever you want to do with it. Hang it on the wall. That'd be a great wall hanging. But what else do they get with it, Nana?
Lay it over your bills.
That's
because healing of your finances. Put your wallet in there, your credit cards, all the bills, you know, house, the mortgage.
That is a miracle blanket that Jim is selling to pay for a lawsuit where his church pushed a fake COVID cure. Essentially, he's doing a grift to pay for the consequences of another grift. In that case, a grift that potentially got people killed. You might notice that doing a grifting to pay for grift consequences is exactly what Donald Trump has done. People may forget, but Trump started his political career humbly refusing to take major donations. Now he's selling Bibles and taking Elon Musk's money, which I assume he calls X dollars. By the way, Jim Bakker is a big fan of Trump, something I didn't need to actually tell you. In fact, just assume that everyone I talk about in this episode supported Donald Trump, even the long dead ones. They're all fans. Probably because Trump is doing the exact same grift. put out a book or TV show, ask for money, get caught scamming, and then ask for money to pay for the lawsuit due to getting caught. In every case, they frame this legal trouble as an attack, either from Satan or, in Trump's case, the deep state or the left. This vague, all-encompassing force that's both all-powerful and weak. It's not that they are scam artists, you see. They are victims. Also, they love starting their own, big quotes, schools. Don't they just love doing that? We mentioned Oral Roberts University, but there's also Jerry Falwell's Liberty University, a school that also got wrapped up in scandals. Falwell also got his start in entertainment with the old-time gospel hour. He got rich off of books such as Achieving Your Dreams by Building Your Faith, and most notably for this video, Falwell brings us to another similarity between prosperity gospel and Republican values designed specifically to bolster the wealthy, and that is the concept of personal responsibility. As we've been saying, prosperity gospel is hinged on the idea that God is rewarding the most faithful with wealth. And so naturally, that means that poor people just aren't praying hard enough, doesn't it? Kind of makes you think of capitalism and that whole bootstraps mentality. Probably because it's the exact same idea that poor people are in no way victims of systemic issues, but rather poor because of a personal failing. But with evangelism, that failing can be anything they want it to be. Remember 9/11? You'd better. You're supposed to. You're not ever supposed to forget 9/11. Well, according to Jerry Falwell, that happened because of the gays and abortions. It's silly, right? For most people, even conservatives, blaming 9/11 on gay people is just such a clear scapegoat. It's absurd. It would be like blaming every bad movie and TV show on gay people. Oh wait, conservatives do that too. It's almost like these are very similar worldviews. Interesting. Evangelists do this across the board, sometimes to extremely cruel results, because the entire grift only works if God and Satan are directly responsible for everything. Remember Pat Robertson? Who cares? F him. He was the 9/11 of people. He had a show called the 700 Club where people would call in to ask him for terrible advice. And here's what he said to a grieving woman asking him why her sister died despite her prayers.
We don't know what's in people's hearts. You pray for people, and some people enjoy their sickness. Some people have got unconfessed resentment towards somebody else. We don't know what's in their heart.
Yeah, lady. Your sister probably wanted to be sick and had sin in her heart, so that's why she let God kill her to take her home? I mean, what other answer could he give there? He can't tell her that her prayers didn't work, or that donations to him are a scam, so it must be her evil dead sister's fault. Similarly, when talking about increasing wealth inequality, or poverty, or crumbling infrastructure, the GOP certainly can't point to corporations or deregulation as the cause, so they have to make up new reasons, often kicking the responsibility to some marginalized group like immigrants. And speaking of exactly that, here's a fun clip of Pat Robertson explaining why there was an earthquake in Haiti.
Christy, something happened a long time ago in Haiti, and people might not want to talk about it. They were under the heel of the French. Napoleon.
Why are we talking about this, you fucking brain-dead moron?
They got together and swore a pact to the devil. They said, we will
What?
serve you if you'll get us free from the French.
Oh my gosh,
True
shut
story.
up.
Wait, you said devil? Well, that's not. I mean, it's close. There was a devil, kind of, but it wasn't the deal they made. You know what? Go on.
But ever since, they have been cursed by one thing after the other, desperately poor. That island of Hispaniola is one island. It's cut down the middle. On the one side is Haiti, on the other side is the Dominican Republic. Dominican Republic is prosperous, healthy, full of resorts, etc. Haiti is in desperate poverty. Same island.
As an aside, I kind of want to get a lady to silently nod and nervously go, to everything I say. Seems fun. But yeah, if you're curious, the reason Haiti is so up while the Dominican Republic is less up isn't because of Satan. It's because of a history of colonialism that targeted Haiti specifically, as well as geographical considerations, and also, the United States. If you're wondering why Haiti has issues, there are answers to that question. We did several videos about it. The problem is that some people don't like those answers because of who they incriminate. So they'd rather talk about Satan or eating cats. Super cool he's president now. Again. God, okay. This Haiti thing is just such a perfect one-to-one example of how both prosperity gospel and conservatism use personal responsibility as a way to deflect from real problems while supporting false solutions. And they have been doing this dance for a long time, to incredible success, and they're still doing it. There are hundreds of wealthy prosperity evangelists that are still alive, some you might not even know about. Joyce Meyer preached her way from Oral Roberts University to become a multimillionaire by selling the prosperity gospel. Oh, hey, it's like a pyramid scheme. You go to their school, and then you start your own. Here she is scolding those who'd question why she'd ask for money from poor people.
Elijah was a great prophet, and he lived by a brook where he was being supernaturally fed during a famine, and the brook dried up, and God sent him to a poor, depressed, seemingly suicidal widow. And you know what Elijah said to her? Give me something to eat and something to drink. And she said, I've only got enough oil and enough meal, enough in the jar for one meal for me and my son, and then we're going to eat it and die. And you know what that didn't have televisions, but if they would have had, he would have been a televangelist.
Okay, that's not only gross, but per the Bible, Elijah was also poor as turds. Did she not read that book? He didn't even have a donkey to ride on, much less a private jet like Joyce. Another prosperity preacher, Bishop T.D. Jakes, is so well known and wealthy that Wells Fargo partnered with him as a PR move to pivot from a scandal involving black borrowers. TD has a very unique brand of televangelism in that he uses the manosphere to try and grift young men.
If Adam had not allowed Eve to pour into him,
interesting
sin would
grift.
have never come into the world. Sin came into the world because Adam broke the order. When Adam started eating out of his wife's hand, sin came in because the divine order was broken.
Thousands are going to
What are you
manpower.
talking
This
about,
year,
you
God
fucking
is
moron?
Men are coming to Manpower to get answers.
My goodness, using the manosphere to push a secret ideology and grift people, you say? Boy, that sounds familiar. It's like these religious grifters are talking to the right-wing grifters. It's almost like that. Anyway, you probably know the rest of these jerks. As I mentioned, there's Oral Roberts University graduate Joel Osteen, that guy who closed off his 16,000-seat megachurch to Hurricane Harvey.
Megachurch!
There's, of course, Kenneth Copeland, the Dick Tracy villain seen here clearly and calmly discussing his very normal demon
that fucking
aversion
guy.
Inside Edition.
Isn't it true that you want to fly commercial so that you can fly in luxury? How much money did you pay for Tyler Perry's Gulfstream jet, for example?
Well, for example, that's really none of your business.
Did you have sex with Tyler Perry and buy him a jet?
But
isn't it the business of your donors?
listen, I paid. You kind of caught me off guard here, okay?
Yeah.
Again, getting back to the comment, you said that you don't like to fly commercial because you don't want to get into a tube with a bunch of demons. Do you really believe that human beings are demons?
No, I do not. And don't you ever say I did.
Copeland is worth noting for going pretty goblin mask off, even though the goblin mask is clearly still on his face, when it comes to political support of Trump. He spoke at his rallies and even used his network to provide overnight election coverage like CNN and Fox News. There's also a lot of hip, cooler grifters popping up to replace the old guard. One example of these megachurches is Hillsong. Pre-pandemic, you might have heard of Hillsong as the celebrity church with attendees like Justin Bieber, the Kardashians, and maybe not Chris Pratt. Dude is such a chameleon, it's hard to even tell what he looks like in public, you know? Is it Chris Pratt or is it a Mario? Hillsong touts the prosperity gospel in several locations and pays other prosperity preachers like T.D. Jakes and Joyce Meyer to speak to their congregations. It got so big that it made a partnership with Facebook in spite of its homophobic stances and former association with gay conversion therapy. Boy, I think Facebook might be bad. While Hillsong's attendance took a hit amidst all sorts of sex scandals, it still slings services every Sunday. And while the wealth of the church and its pastors has been criticized, none of its money handling has been accused of an actual crime. Well, not in America anyway. Out of those who still attend houses of worship, megachurches are popular and still on the rise, collecting large sums of money, with some of them advocating and funding harmful movements like gay conversion therapy or scandalous camps for troubled youth that are riddled with abuse. They really hate kids, don't they? These megachurches not only further fuse together a voting bloc for the GOP, but they provide a platform for it as well. And based on the results of our recent presidential election, they show up in more ways than one. This tactic of evangelism and corporate churches and prosperity gospel has not only worked for specific grifters, but also for pushing a political agenda. These churches are winning elections for the right, on top of the fact that Donald Trump has successfully harnessed the same tactics for his own MAGA following. I feel like we just breezed past this because Cody had to talk about guitars for an hour, but he sold his own Bibles. The rapist real estate crime guy sold Bibles, a book he absolutely has never read and does not care about.
That's why our country is going haywire. We've lost religion in our country. All Americans need a Bible in their home, and I have many. It's my favorite book. It's a lot of people's favorite book.
It's not Harry Potter, you dip. But as shocked as we may be that this guy, who again clearly hasn't read the Bible, can get away with this, we really shouldn't be. Trump is just one of many people in a giant industry that's paved this road for decades before him. The infrastructure was always here. Televangelism was a $2 billion industry back in the 80s. Belief in divine healing, prosperity gospel, these are popular ideas in America. There were a lot of people ready to transfer their faith to an all-powerful political leader promising to save the country. Frankly, it's a wonder a politician didn't do this earlier. All you need is absolutely no morals and a bloodlust for power. So no, it's not unbelievable that Trump can thrive when people like Jerry Falwell could also thrive. What is unbelievable is that these so-called pastors can make billions while clearly pushing a political agenda, even speaking at rallies, and somehow claim to be a church with all the benefits that brings. What about tax-exempt status? How can you have theme park money and somehow be tax-exempt? Oh, right, yet another Republican value there, isn't it? The idea that rich people shouldn't pay taxes, and that it's actually good and smart when they avoid it. Anyway, let's get into all of those questions, but first, kindly and generously give to the show. In exchange for your donation, I shall anoint you with fruitful QR codes from our holy sponsors.
Boy, running a business is hard. We can't all be the fastest person alive. Just me, Katie. I'm the fastest person alive. Watch. You didn't see it, but I just ran to the kitchen and back. Boom! Your kitchen, ayo! Anyway, for small business owners who need that extra time, there's Found. That's an all-in-one app that lets you manage all your financial tasks, like tracking your spending, making invoices for clients, and even handling your taxes. And you can try Found for free at found.com/more-news. I don't know about you, but I'm a real fuddy-duddy when it comes to tax season. I usually just throw an abacus at my accountant. But with Found's simplified tax tools, you can calculate what you owe in real time and even set aside that money in advance. So check it out! There are no hidden fees of any kind, no minimum balances, and no paperwork. Sign up for Found for free today at FOUND.com. nd.com/more news. Found is a financial technology company, not a bank. Banking services are provided by Piermont Bank, member FDIC. Found's core features are free. They also offer an optional paid product, Found Plus. See how fast I said all that? Woo! Boy, that's me. The fastest person alive.
Ooh, that's the sound of a sale using Shopify. I think that's what it was. Maybe your laundry is done. I don't know you. Don't act like we know each other. Listen, friend, the retail business is hard. We have a merch store and it makes me cry whenever I think about it. But with Shopify's point of sale system, you get a unified command center for your retail business. All of them, multiple stores and staff, in-store and online locations. It's not a problem. Shopify can handle up to 1,000 locations. Turn your retail store into a smooth and always convenient spot with all the options customers expect, like ship to customer or online pickup in store. All the tools to give your customers a consistent and tailored experience that'll keep them coming back for more of that sweet, sweet honey. Not to mention the marketing tools to gain more customers. Grow like a loose donkey at a buffet. Look at him. We set up a buffet and got a donkey in here. He's having a blast. Want more? Check out at shopify.com/more news, all lowercase, and learn how to create the best retail experiences without complexity. Shopify.com/more news, all lowercase. You tell them. Welcome back, my precious flock. We were talking, I'm not going to do that anymore, sorry. Okay, welcome back, my precious flock. We were talking about the Christianity industry, not to be confused with industrial Christianity, which I assume is a music genre that uses a lot of synth harp. To be specific, we were talking about the prosperity gospel grift and how similar it is to the depressingly effective grift of Donald Trump, the president. And finally, we wondered aloud how megachurches and other evangelists manage to have a tax-exempt status while pushing grifts and supporting right-wing politics. Now it's time to finish that thought. So, hey, why are churches tax-exempt in the first place? Well, it's a combination of reasons. Per our First Amendment, the separation of church and state makes it difficult for organizations such as the IRS to scrutinize houses of worship, as it can be argued that it would interfere with their operations or show some outward partiality. It also doesn't help that churches have been traditionally tax-exempt since freaking Constantine, not the movie, not the show, the first one. The second one, Constantine, the thing that we're referencing. So yeah, this idea of churches being tax-free has existed for nearly as long as Christianity itself has. The other obvious reason is that churches are essentially seen as non-profit charities in the eyes of the government, because traditionally, that's what they have been. That's the deal we've always made with them. They stay out of politics and are non-partial places of refuge for the poor, an occasional daredevil, and perhaps people who need shelter during a hurricane. And in exchange, they don't have to pay taxes. Except, at least in this beard's opinion, that deal has been broken. Politics aside, they aren't charities anymore. Unless the ones in need are one dude, and the help provided is a private jet. Most of these alleged charities look exactly like the Home Shopping Network. So how do they get away with it? They cheat, of course that's what they do. The way these megachurches and prosperity preachers make money isn't dissimilar to the tax loopholes that philanthropic foundations take advantage of. They even have similar financial trickery and scandals, such as when a documentary crew accused Pat Robertson's Operation Blessings of being a front for African diamond mining. But the bigger tactic is much simpler. While preachers can't make money through the church, they can certainly make money as private citizens hawking whatever books or products that happen to be aligned with their church. Joel Osteen humbly takes no salary as the head of a megachurch that regularly hosts around 45,000 people a week. But he can tell those 45,000 people to buy his new $30 book. And they do. And he makes millions because of that. He can even list it on the church's website. And this is how we have an absolute clown parade of bizarre church merch, or church for short. Weird-ass items like breast cancer socks, inspirational laptop cases, drink coasters for some reason, but also videos, seminars, and products that use prosperity gospel teachings to help with other problems within parenting, sex, marriage, dieting, physical health in general, financial management, very important, stress and anxiety management, addiction, masculinity, sleep, cognitive behavioral therapy. The list goes on, including using the church to shill a marketing app for entrepreneurs.
See, Good Soil teaches the importance of branding when you're trying to reach a larger audience. Ladies, all that can help you is right here at your fingertips. Oh, I need to download this app.
I will stress that none of the prosperity preachers have any vetted secular wisdom to address any of these issues. They're not money managers or lawyers or doctors. They're like Nepo babies using their God connection to sell false solutions. They've just taken the concept of faith and are treating it like a catch-all for every problem. You might realize this is just an extension of the self-help industry, isn't it? It's Goop, it's The Secret, it's The Onion's Alex Jones's brain pills. No different from weirdos like Dr. Phil or Dr. Oz, while somehow having fewer credentials than those two. But hey, that doesn't stop many of them from getting the Oprah Winfrey endorsement. And again, much like self-help, this creates a convenient situation where any failure is not on the practice, but the practitioner. And if you don't succeed, you have to invest even more into that practice. It's important to emphasize that this mentality particularly preys on the poor and disenfranchised. You might also notice that there's another word for this practice. It's called a cult. Like, again, not trying to be an edgelord Hugh Grant here. I'm not saying that all religion is a cult. I'm saying that this version of it absolutely is that. They are tax-exempt cults. You probably already knew that, but it's not just that they're cults, but corporate-run cults. Supersized American cults. Joel Osteen's church rakes in nearly $90 million a year, and that's small compared to some of the others. Life.Church reported donations totaling over $250 million in 2023, with a net profit of over $60 million. Profit for whom or what exactly? To secure the coveted .church address? Does Jesus have a Venmo? More likely, much like every corporation and cult, they are using that money to expand out. Several megachurches have created multi-site ministries to spread their their message to several franchises, campuses. They're essentially Walmarts, to the point that megachurches will literally push or buy out smaller churches that can't possibly compete. Or rather, they're more like Hobby Lobby, because a bunch of their money goes to hurting LGBTQ people, such as funding gay conversion therapy groups and other evil stuff. As for the political endorsements, unless it's an outright scandal, it's often the same reason they can sell even though Kenneth Copeland Ministries cannot endorse Trump. Kenneth Copeland himself can still endorse Trump personally and invite vocal Trump supporters to speak to his ministry and advocate policies that happen to coincide with Trump's platform from his pulpit. It's like any other celebrity or corporation supporting a politician, because they're rich enough to legally abuse this system. And more importantly, they're rich enough to prop up and push Republican politicians that will back them up. People like Chief Justice John Roberts and Christians in key positions of power like House Speaker Mike Johnson. This is how several of these churches end up facing consequences when they're caught taking multi-million-dollar federal PPP loans, get away with questionable at best purchases from their charitable foundations, and make indirect yet still illegal contributions to politicians that help their cause. Because, of course, the bridge that connects church and state was capitalism all along. Seems obvious when you say it out loud. They have been working together for a very long time to sell Americans this capitalist version of Christianity that cherry picks the teachings of the Bible to act like rich people are actually good, and that being poor is a personal failing. That camel, oh, it can easily pass through the eye of the needle, actually. And it's totally normal to hawk cheap wares in the name of God. He loves that. And that if people support the ultra-rich, they themselves will eventually, just you wait, prosper. And so in doing this, they have been secretly selling Americans on the concept of Trump at the same time, even if they didn't know they were doing it. The ultimate stooge that will worm into the government, deregulate everything for them, get rid of the pesky IRS, and enhance plutocratic wealth by making Christian nationalism as its official religion while establishing Project 2025 as both its Bible and Constitution. If you're wondering what to actually do about this, besides not support it, it is conveniently what we should be doing because of all the, let's call them shenanigans, the next 4 years will unveil. And even more conveniently, it actually aligns perfectly with the traditional portrayal of the humble and charitable churches helping bandit foxes in their quest to create an entirely new type of fetish for decades to come. We have to support each other, support charitable causes, blah, 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 blah. It's a cop-out, but like, if you are a Christian, maybe it's good to support actual small churches in your area. Also, as a rule, don't buy any product associated with Jesus. Not even ironically, not even when we make Warmbo Bibles. Literally avoid all of it, because there's no telling where the proceeds go. If these mega churches are like Walmart, then we have to defy them the same way. Legally speaking, I'm not saying you should shoplift from a mega church. And in fact, I'm not really sure what that would look like. I guess you pocket those crackers they have, slurp up the holy water, you like stick your lips in there, slurp it up. What I'm trying to say is that going back to why people gravitate towards cults and looping in the spirit of the holidays, all an individual can do is support people around them who are particularly vulnerable and might turn toward these grifters. It's not unlike the manosphere in that these are lost people who need alternatives. Like, I'm not gonna do it, but if you're Christian and have the means to create your own Bible group, that would be a nice thing to do. Or heck, start your own religion, a better one, with pirates and Minecraft, and everyone has to worship your dog. And sure, you might make some money doing it, but that's okay because the money is going to you and you're pretty cool. And then you take some of that money and I swear to you, you buy me that private jet or I will So happy holidays. I will Not anymore, though, because I just did. Happy Poopmas. Happy Poopmas.
Happy video game Christmas.
Get out of here.
Get the fuck out of here.
Like and subscribe.
I don't know. I don't think that's a good ratio. I didn't do so well there. Lodestone brick.
The title of this video could have been posed as a question, but you know, I sat and thought about that a while and I really think it should be a statement. 2024 was indeed the best year for Elite Dangerous. And there's a lot of reasons for that, and not just because Frontier shook things up for the game, but also because they improved their overall stance on many things besides, the communications being ranked amongst those. So, what really did change? Well, this year I really do feel that Frontier finally started treating Elite Dangerous as a fully online live service game. Some people may argue that Frontier have always done that, but I feel they tend to do the fire and forget, release patches and then move on. But now it very much does have a different feel about it, and this in many ways has been centered around the Frontier Unlocked, the new live stream that updates and gives out new information on the game that's coming down the line. and of course letting us know about some of the content that's coming in 2025. Before we dive into all of those details though, let me take a moment to tell you about something that's just as sleek and well designed as the Elite Dangerous ships. Here's a word from today's sponsor then, Extra Wallet. When I'm always on the move, keeping track of essentials is crucial. That's why I use Extra's Finder Card and Parliament Wallet. Extra's Finder Card is a game changer. This ultra-slim, rechargeable tracker card integrates seamlessly with Apple's Find My network. No extra apps needed. With the size of a credit card, it fits anywhere, and if I misplace my wallet, I can see its exact location on a map anywhere in the world. The left behind alerts notify me if I leave my wallet behind, and with a rechargeable battery lasting up to 6 months and water-resistant design rated at IPX5, it's built for any active lifestyle. You can even share the tracking with up to 5 people for added security.
Thank you. Some more news for the excellent content for my stream. I've liked and subbed to your channel. Thank you, Elite Dangerous. I've liked and subbed to... I'm sorry. Thank you, Obsidian Ant. I've liked and subbed to your channel. Thank you for the excellent content for my stream.
Could have been posed as a question, but you know, I sat and thought about that a while, and I really think it should be a statement. 2024 was indeed the best year for Elite Dangerous. And there's a lot of reasons for that, and not just because Frontier shook things up for the game, but also because
I'm gonna skip ahead.
and this, in many ways, has been centered around the front.
I've got to pee. I'll be right back. I'm sorry. Okay, I'm also gonna get something to drink. Okay. Brilliant Pearl is worth a lot. Nice. I'm gonna go... Gold bands, huh? Oh, 50 gold apiece, huh? Oh. Oh, I did my diamonds. I'm good. Ooh, corrupted lodestone. Ooh. $1,000 gold. I had this feeling. I was like, I feel like I'm sitting on a lot of money worth of stuff, really. Sunglyph stones are worth a lot. Wow. $300 gold. Burnished lilac dye. So 4 of them. No existing sell orders. I'm going to ask 40 gold for these 4. Maximum number of orders. The list is looking a lot better. Those infused arcane fragments, I want to pull them. I wish you wouldn't reset it to the top of the list. It drives me crazy, crazy. I wish you would let me make this better. Your auction house is so bad. You pop me to the top of the list, I have to scroll all the way back again. You fucking have no sense in it. There's no sense in it being like that. Yeah, it's not bad. I'm actually going to have my lunch now. What time is it? It's, yeah, 3:30. I think that's a pretty good time. Okay.
To unlock the new live stream that updates and gives out new information on the game that's coming down the line, and of course letting us know about some of the content that's coming in 2025. Before we dive into all of those details though, let me take a moment to tell you about something that's just as sleek and well designed. I use wallet.
We already watched this.
This is pretty much unprecedented for Elite Dangerous ever since its release 10 years now. So I wanted to talk about the year 2024 as it relates to Elite Dangerous and many of the things that we saw. So to start with, as I already touched on, we get Frontier Unlocked. These are the live streams where Frontier talk about the games, and yes, I fully realise these aren't to everyone's taste, but the good thing is they do provide insights and information on what we can expect to see for the games, both in terms of releases that are happening right at that specific moment, as well as releases that are further down the line. And then we have the updates. These were numbered initially at the start of the year and then changed from numbers to be named. I mean, yeah, that's not a big change in and of itself, but it does mark a different approach to the game. We started the year in February with update 18, and this ended, or this paved the way rather, for the finale of the Thargoid War. So yeah, players got better weapons, much more powerful weapons, and finally gained access to stay inside the Thargoid cloud. Previously, you'd get damaged and destroyed if you stayed in there for too long. This was overcome, and players could finally take on the Thargoid Titans. This eventually led to a rather spectacular event in the game, the full-on destruction of the Titans. You can see the first Titan, Tyrannus, being destroyed here. This footage is from YouTuber The Burr Pit, so my thanks to both Burr and Rini for allowing me to use this video. Do check out the links in the video description where you can check out, well, the video for this footage as well as the channel itself. So yeah, both that video as well as the channel itself come highly recommended. Do check it out. So this marked a significant change for direction in the ongoing Thargoid War, because obviously now it was possible for players to take down the large capital Thargoid ships. Now incidentally, things are still unfolding here, as it seems that the Sol system, Earth itself, has now been targeted directly by Thargoid aggression, and we should see this unfold over the coming days and the coming weeks. In other updates this year, we saw update 19, which otherwise known as Power Play 2. Now this released back in the summer and was a significant change to the Power Play system itself, really overhauling how this worked. It made things far more visual in terms of how players can see what's going on with Power Play 2 and the various different powers within the game and how they spread their influence around the galaxy, as well as allowing players much better insight as to how they can directly interact with Power Play 2 as well as its outcome. Now, not everything was great here, of course, because if nothing else, Elite Dangerous is very much known for its grind. This can be excessive and, well, in my opinion, is far too excessive over the years, and unfortunately Power Play 2 brought a huge amount of grind along with it. So Power Play 2 was a very nice update, but somewhat overshadowed and marred by what I feel, and I guess other people out there too feel, is excessive grind. Maybe something that Frontier can improve later. Now, talking of grind, of course, we have engineering. This was always a problem ever since it was introduced in terms of the grind. Now, engineering released many years back, I think it was around about 2016, and enabled players to upgrade modules of their ship through gameplay. Unfortunately, the amount of work that had to go into this, the amount of time investment, again, much like the grind for Power Play 2, was excessive. Over the years, Frontier did make some adjustments to this, but unfortunately nowhere near enough. This all changed in August of 2024 with an engineering overhaul. Now this overhaul addressed the problems with engineering in a number of ways. Firstly, by increasing the availability of material, so adjustments here were made to the material rewards for various ship-based and on-foot missions. Also, they went with more predictable upgrades, so the system here was changed to operate on a more predictable path instead of being wholly based on RNG, which is, well, being random, which is how it was before. In addition to increasing the available material, the cost for upgrades was also reduced. So yeah, that meant the recipe cost for on-foot weapons and suit upgrades, as well as ship module upgrades, was taken all the way down. And further, the capacity for storage for materials was also increased. So, pretty good changes here all round and long overdue. Now, perhaps arguably one of the best changes made to Elite Dangerous, well, more or less ever, is Super Cruise Overcharge. Now, this is available in all ships, but it's very inefficient, but is highly efficient when it comes to the new ships. What is it? Well, it's a boost function in Super Cruise. Remember how when you're travelling away from planets you can get caught in the gravity well and it takes an absolute age to accelerate up? Well, enable the Super Cruise Overcharge and you will accelerate very, very quickly and travel at extremely high speeds. This slow travel is an issue I've had with Elite Dangerous pretty much from day one. In fact, I made a number of videos on it over the years. I certainly wasn't alone with my concerns on this. Many people also had the same issue. But of course, there were also a number of people out there who felt that sitting slow in space is how things should be and that we were needlessly complaining. At any rate, at the end of the day, it seems that Frontier did agree with the people who were pointing out that space travel is far too slow, and they sped it up significantly and adding an element of gameplay to this as well. Very, very enjoyable change. Now, of course, not everything was absolutely perfect throughout the year. Whilst some of there were a lot of different changes, not all of them were positively received. And of course, the other elephant in the room here is that, unfortunately, none of this come to console owners. So I know you only have to check the comments in my videos to see.
Wow, console doesn't get stuff?
A lot of people still very unhappy that consoles were dropped, and well, unfortunately,
consoles was dropped.
Has yet changed. The other big change here was, of course, monetization changes. Now, Frontier have obviously had issues with monetizing Elite Dangerous over the years, selling cosmetics, but perhaps not making as much money as they felt they wanted to or that they needed to. And I think this was a large reason, personal speculation here, that Elite Dangerous didn't get as many updates as it perhaps could. They've now changed the monetization system, offering pre-built ship packages, as well as offering early access to brand new ships, and these you can get access to a few months early by buying them with ARX currency, otherwise known as real-world money. They'll then be available at a later date for in-game credits. Like it or hate it, some people feel that this was a pay-to-win, and rightly so. Other people felt that it was entirely necessary. Personally, I think it's a case of both, that both are true at once. It is an element of pay to win here, depending on how you phrase that, how you describe that yourself. But of course, it was also very much needed. The proof here is in the fact that Elite Dangerous has received huge amounts of updates ever since these monetization changes were made. Not only that, further changes are coming later down the line in 2025. A massive update for colonization. The colonization update, in my opinion at least, is arguably on par with the release of Odyssey. It will fundamentally change how Elite Dangerous works. It's going to allow players to lay claim to entire star systems under their own name and then direct how things are built here, from space stations to planetary outposts up to the nature of economy that is used within that star system, and also having some influence as well over the security levels within. In short, the inhabited systems within Elite Dangerous, the so-called bubble, will soon expand, and it will expand at player control and player direction. No release date on this one just yet, but it's entirely expected to see a beta for this in early 2025. And finally, we come to the brand new ships. The first of these was the Python Mark II. This was a redesigned version of the popular multi-purpose ship, the original Python. Later came a Type 8, or the Type 8. This was a Lakon ship and very utilitarian in design, but it was perhaps the first ship that really stepped away from the familiar design we've seen over the years with Elite Dangerous ships and took on an entirely new aesthetic. Very nice ship. Pushing things even further in terms of a different aesthetic, we had the Mandalay. This was the third ship and an exploration ship, easily having the largest jump range out of all the ships, and well, this one I think is absolutely gorgeous. The fourth ship is due to be released very soon, in fact on the 16th of December I do believe, and this is the Cobra Mark
Miles
V.
of suspended days.
So there we have it. A bit of an overview of 2024 on Elite Dangerous, in case you've been away like many people have and entirely missed it. If you have, here's your chance to catch up and jump back in. And talking of people jumping back in, here's a quick look at player numbers. We can see that over the course of the year, especially towards the end of the year, the player numbers have jumped dramatically. It took long enough, didn't it? Frontier finally got on the right path with Elite Dangerous and understood to give players what they wanted. And yeah, in case you're thinking I'm fanboying here or white knighting, well, maybe, but ultimately, no. Just giving credit where credit's due. But I'm sure people will still call me a hater and a shill all at once. At any rate, thanks for watching this video all the way through, and my thanks again to Extra for sponsoring this video. Do check out those links in the video description. Take care, and I'll catch you next time.
Thank you, Obsidian Ant. I've liked and sub to your channel.
2025 is shaping up to be a very interesting year for space games. Not only are there a new batch of titles on the way, but many of the big, well-established titles are receiving some of the biggest updates they've ever had. Here then is a look at all the massive space games for 2025. Kanga is perhaps one of the most ambitious indie space game titles currently in development. It offers a fully playable solar system without loading screens, allowing seamless travel between planets like Mars, Venus and the Moon. You can seamlessly get down to the surface of all of these worlds and then fly back up into space again. Now, every planet and moon serves as an open playground ready for exploration and exploitation. Players assume the role then of a human synchronized with a cyborg, awakening at the refuel tower of IC Lab Industries. The game blends elements of combat, trade, building, survival and exploration. Players also have the ability to scavenge a whole range of different environments to find rare and valuable items, selling them to upgrade gear or purchase better weapons and vehicles. Of course, survival is a major focus here as you face hostile environments both in space and down on the planets. And this comes with both first-person and third-person combat, whether on foot or piloting a variety of vehicles, including anti-gravity crafts and ground vehicles, aquatic vehicles, as well as, of course, spaceships. Base building is also extensive as well, allowing construction anywhere in the universe, even on large asteroids. The game itself supports both solo and multiplayer modes, and players can create their own servers, build communities, and develop unique game rules or alternate game modes. And this should hopefully build a strong community for various people out there. With its seamless exploration then, a whole range of gameplay mechanics and a vast open world, Kanga has a huge amount of potential. Focusing on space mining, Star Miner blends a deep tactical gameplay with stunning visuals. Players start with a customizable hub ship, the cornerstone of their space empire, and this hub can be expanded with modules like solar panels, habitation units, and mining facilities, allowing for extensive personalization. The game's core revolves around mining resources, including iron, silicon, cobalt, thorium, as well as other rarer items, and all of these are essential for constructing the new modules, manufacturing products, and trading for profit. Mining mechanics then are detailed and realistic, at least that is the aim, and players must scan asteroids to identify resources, position their ships for optimal extraction, and then deploy specialized mining modules. Haulers then transport the mined ore to refineries for processing into usable materials. As for the game environment itself, Star Miner employs realistic Newtonian physics, which should offer some great ship navigation with full 6 degrees of freedom. Players here can balance thrust, trajectory and velocity to maneuver their ships, or can rely on the flight computer for assistance. As operations grow, players attract attention from hostile aliens, necessitating defensive strategies. The game also integrates elements of real-time strategy and management genres, requiring careful planning in both expansion and defense. Whilst primarily a single-player experience, Star Miner plans to introduce cooperative and competitive multiplayer modes in future updates. So, if you enjoy mining, this is definitely one to keep an eye on. As a captain in Planet Prospector, your mission is to deliver vital supplies to various outposts and factories scattered across the planet and in space. The game emphasizes hands-on cargo management, where cargo is a physical container you must load, secure to your ship, and manually unload at your destination's drop pod. Exploration is a core aspect of the game. You can land anywhere on a planet to summon a rover to explore on foot. Discovering rare ores to mine and sell is also a feature as well. The unique jump system requires manual input of jump distances, adding a strategy and skill to navigation. Current features include cargo delivery jobs, mining, multiple ships with distinct traits, and many points of interest to explore. While still in early development and available as a playtest, the features of the game, such as seamless transitions between space and planetary surfaces, are something that are well worth checking out. This title then could certainly have a very strong future. Remnant Protocol, developed by progenitor Game Studios, blends intense dogfighting action reminiscent of the classics like TIE Fighter with strategic base management akin to XCOM. Now players take command of Sanctuary, a hidden rebel base in the Outer Territories, leading the Remnant forces still faithful after the assassination of the Blessed Mother. The game involves waging guerrilla war against the oppressive usurpers who now rule the galaxy. Gameplay includes piloting customizable fighters in fast-paced space battles, managing resources, manufacturing ships, researching technologies, conducting espionage, and forging alliances. A key feature is the living, breathing galaxy where multiple factions maneuver for power in post-assassination power vacuum. Additionally, player decisions have ripple effects influencing the shifting political landscape and relationships with other factions. The enemy actively hunts for Sanctuary, adding tension as notoriety increases with each action, requiring players to balance risk and reward. Now, there is also a permadeath feature here which does add stakes to combat. Pilots have names and progressions, and losing them impacts resources and future missions. Procedurally generated missions and dynamic narrative elements ensure that no two playthroughs are the same. Remnant Protocol aims to capture the essence of classic sci-fi tales, then offering both veterans and newcomers to the genre a challenging experience that emphasizes player choice and adaptability in the universe. Moving on, we come to Project Vesper. Now this is a branching narrative experience that gives players the ability to forge their own path through a somewhat lifelike performance, rich world building and tense action sequences. The game has been designed as a short but impactful story, and the game emphasizes replayability with every choice, no matter how small, affecting the ending. Set in the year 2083, Earth's natural resources have dwindled, pushing humanity to look toward the stars for survival. The Unified Nations of Earth, the UNE, has made significant strides in colonizing the solar system, but the Unified Colonies of America aim to overtake them in a new space race. Players assume the role of Dr. Evelyn Roth, a dedicated UNE astrobiologist searching for signs of life. When an anomaly is discovered on Venus, she must decide how far she'll go to secure it as an intruder emerges, risking her life and the fate of everyone in the station. The gameplay then focuses on exploration and decision making, encouraging players to replay and discover entirely different conclusions. Jumpship, an upcoming mission-based cooperative first-person shooter for up to 4 players, developed by the Swedish indie studio Keepsake Games. The game uniquely combines space exploration, ship management, and on-foot combat, drawing inspiration from titles such as Sea of Thieves, Left 4 Dead, and FTL. In the game, players form a spaceship crew, collaborating to fly, upgrade, and maintain their vessel. The experience allows for seamless transitions between piloting the ship, performing spacewalks to repair or enhance systems, and exploring planets on foot. Teamwork is crucial, with players taking on roles like piloting, engineering, and combat without strict class limitations, and this should encourage improvisation and adaptability.
Wow.
Jumpship then offers a variety of handcrafted missions infused with random elements, ensuring each playthrough is unique. Jumpship has been in development for quite a while now. It's gone through a fair few iterations, but at this point it's looking very, very good indeed. Set to release simultaneously on PC and Xbox. Starship Simulator is a title I've looked at for quite a few times now over the years, and it's been evolving very, very nicely. It's a space exploration sandbox where players serve aboard humanity's first deep space vessel. As crew members, they explore the galaxy to find habitable worlds, conduct research, and make first contact with alien species. Every aspect of the ship is designed using naval engineering principles projected 200 years ahead. Players choose roles like captain, pilot, science officer, engineer, and more, each offering different challenges. Managing the ship's fuel, maintenance, and crew's well-being is crucial. And the fully explorable Magellan-class starship features 7 decks and over 200 functional rooms. Every button and every piece of hardware serves a real purpose. The galaxy is a full-scale simulation of the Milky Way to boot, which has been generated using real astrophysics. Here, players encounter procedurally generated star systems and alien civilizations, making choices that affect diplomatic relationships and mission outcomes. Core gameplay involves sending probes, analysing samples, and interacting with alien races. With detailed ship simulation then, realistic galaxy, and a very nice immersive approach to exploration, Starship Simulator fills a unique niche in the space sim genre. Unveiled during the Game Awards 2023, Exodus is an action sci-fi RPG led and developed by Archetype Studios. The team comprises of old guard veterans from BioWare, known for their work on Knights of the Old Republic. The game also features the voice of talent of Matthew McConaughey. There's been a lot of promises here that the game may well be the next Mass Effect. Here, players take on the role of the Traveller, humanity's last hope after fleeing a dying Earth to a hostile galaxy where they are the underdogs. The primary mission is to steal alien weapons and technology from the Celestials, powerful beings evolved from early humans and now humanity's greatest enemy. A unique aspect of the game is its focus on time dilation. As players embark on interstellar missions at near light speeds, days for them translate to decades back home. This mechanic then introduces a butterfly effect, where choices made have unpredictable, far-reaching consequences on relationships and civilization over generations. The game emphasizes this massive.
Oh, I lost 4 vials. Okay,
with outcomes that compound over time. Upon returning home, players must confront the consequences of their actions, experiencing how their decisions have reshaped the future. With richly detailed world building, aided by the sci-fi author Peter F. Hamilton, Exodus is set to release on PlayStation 5, Xbox and PC. Whilst there's no release date just yet, what's been said about the game is starting to make it one of the most anticipated sci-fi titles. Now, I've spoken about Falling Frontier a few times now. It's in fact been in quite a few of these videos. Unfortunately, it still hasn't released, but hopefully 2025 is going to be the year for this game. Falling Frontier then is an upcoming sci-fi real-time strategy game that is aiming to redefine the genre with its emphasis on ship design, reconnaissance and logistics. 1. Elite Dangerous has taken a rise to prominence again in 2024 with many new releases, and a big one coming in at 2025 is system colonization updates. This is set to be a significant update that will allow players to colonize various different star systems. It's a groundbreaking feature for the game that allows players to expand the inhabited bubble into unpopulated systems they've discovered, and this will fundamentally alter the game's dynamics. After locating a suitable system, players can establish a starport serving as an anchor point for colonization. Once constructed, this can further be expanded across the system by adding additional starports, facilities, settlements and stations according to the player's vision. Acting as a system architect, players design and influence the economy and infrastructure of their colonized systems. Although as of this recording, the details are fairly vague as to how this system will work, it doesn't appear, at the moment at least, that this will involve traditional base building with resource gathering. It will nonetheless still be a player-centric. Players then aren't limited to a single system. They can colonize multiple systems, potentially creating chains of inhabited space reaching distant destinations. This truly is a big update for Elite Dangerous and emphasises the fact that Frontier are committed to future developments. And it seems likely that throughout 2025 there will be further updates. EVE Vanguard, an upcoming free-to-play squad-based first-person shooter. This is developed by CCP Games, the studio behind EVE Online. Described by some as an escape from Tarkov in space, it offers looting and extraction mechanics whilst maintaining the ties to EVE's lore and EVE's history. Players here engage in tactical combat on atmospheric battlefields filled with remnants of past conflicts. You can see some of the massive ships from EVE Online crashed here on the surface and even walk through their wreckage. The core gameplay involves combat against the players and NPCs, looting resources like nanites and cash, crafting clones and ammunition, and extracting with the acquired loot. A unique banking system allows players to secure cash even if they fail to extract. Now, whilst operating as a separate game, EVE Vanguard shares the same universe and launcher as EVE Online. Ultimately, the goal here is to make a lot of connections between the two games. EVE Vanguard then served as a spiritual successor to Dust 514, but this time around it's focused purely on being a PC game. This isn't the only expansion to the EVE Online universe. The next game here is EVE Frontier. Set within the same universe, but offering a distinct experience, players awaken from stasis in a decimated galaxy trapped between 3 supermassive black holes. Plagued by rogue AI entities that corrupt and consume everything, survivors must explore, gather resources, upgrade their spaceships, and engage in combat and endure this hostile environment. Now, the game emphasizes player agency within a sandbox setting and introduces smart assemblies, a unique base building system where players can construct structures with programmable layers, and these connect to the game world and real world dynamics. Ultimately, this is a blockchain game and will be using cryptocurrency. CCP have made a big deal over how they view this working with what they believe to be a player-driven economy where the players themselves have true ownership over their creations. Now, Eve Frontier aims to differentiate itself from other blockchain games by prioritizing a compelling game experience over the token speculation. In other words, it seems that CCP are going for gameplay here over, well, valuation of the currencies. Eve Frontier then and Eve Online tend to be two very different games, with Eve Frontier focusing on blockchain-enabled player agency. The game here is ultimately seeking to expand upon the player-led chaos philosophy of Eve Online, and I'm sure in the end we'll see many interesting stories about this game. As we come to the end of this video, I want to wrap up with 3 very well-known space games. Star Citizen should be getting its Pyro update very soon. Maybe by the time you've watched this, you'll all be flying around in the brand new system of Pyro and experiencing the wonders of server meshing. Throughout 2025, you can expect to see more additions to Star Citizen as new content comes online. No Man's Sky, of course, is super popular. This game received many updates in 2024 and is likely to receive further updates in 2025. Not to mention, there is the new release from Hello Games on the horizon. This is called Light No Fire.
Light No
Whilst
Fire.
that isn't a space game, the technology from that game is being applied to No Man's Sky as it comes online and as it's developed. So yeah, we can expect to see plenty of updates to No Man's Sky throughout 25, I'm sure. X4 is also worth keeping an eye on, with EgoSoft constantly releasing updates for this franchise. This game is very likely to see some further updates throughout 2025, as is Everspace 2. As I've said many times before, Everspace 2 is one of my favourite space games and my best space game of 2023. The developers have released great updates for this game so far, so I'm sure there'll be something great for 2025. So there we have it, a roundup of some of the largest and most...
It was good. I guess I save up tokens for a higher rank and buy a tent. I didn't really have a strategy for this whole holiday thing. We've got some time with it. Now I posted and I must run more missions south. So I gotta go back to recall to no, don't recall to win, just travel. Yeah, there, fast travel. Okay. Oops, wrong side. You know, I haven't been to a kiln in a while. Is there a kiln in this town? No. Which is so dumb. Isn't there like a weekly kiln thing that I always ignore? I think so. I need to go get it. Great graphics, even low presets. Interesting third-person view mechanic. Let's try the Kenga demo. Oh, yeah. I'm going to go to Steam. And I'm going to look at Kenga. Oops, no. What is it? Like Kenga. Kenga demo. Road to Yellow Wall. This is 26 gigs, this fucking demo. Or I can just buy it. If I buy it, can I play it on GeForce Now? This released on September 2nd. Okay. Well, let's try this game. Download. Oops. Yeah, download. Add to library. So then, can I sync? Let's go take a look at. I'm gonna log out of GeForce Now, or sorry, out of New World real quick and take a look at GeForce Now. Is Kanga on GeForce Now? Let's see. Is Kanga on GeForce Now? Okay, well, I'm gonna download this demo to my C drive, I guess. Yep. And I will try a demo of this game Kanga that I saw in this video, and we'll see. They say it's a contender to Star Citizen. This is gonna be, oh yeah, laggy on an internet tip. Yeah. But 26 gigs will go fast. I can focus on other stuff. It doesn't really matter. Silver ore, fire, crystal, copper, silver ingots. Yeah, let's cook some silver, huh? Oh wait, oops, it's a new day. Is it ice day? No. Copper, silver. Okay, got all the copper. Ah, yes, here is why I came. I came to look at this thing and buy the weekly. I don't really understand gypsum orbs. I still don't. I hate their fucking schmeckle system. It's so annoying. The cache of golden matter takes 20 gypsum orbs. Okay, so I don't know. How many gypsum orbs do I have? Here, I probably don't have any. I need to go to Everfall. Oh yeah, I have stamps, do I? Okay, activity card. Okay, so there's that now, copper.
Autopilot engaged. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
Is it an EAC title is the next question. Oh good, it's halfway done.
Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate.
Oh, I told you to go to Everfall. You didn't do it, or what? Go. I came here to pull out I thought I sold all of those, no? Came here to pull out gypsum. I guess I will. Well, no, I don't want to take all that out. I just. Yeah, I believe that's okay. So. Stop. Ah, you're so annoying. Oh, eating time.
Autopilot jumping. Autopilot disabled. Warp drive active.
Oops. Cyberpunk got a 40 gig patch, and what did they do to it?
Hey everyone, it's Luke here from LT Gaming, and welcome back to another Space Simulation Steam sales list. Let's get your attention right away. So X4 is one of my favourite space sims, and yes, it's on this list. We have a Community of Planets Collector's Edition to give away. It includes the base game, 5 expansions, soundtracks and bonus stuff. All you have to do is let me know any game that LT Gaming has ever made you purchase or wishlist. So if you're new to the channel, maybe go for that angle. Stick it in the comments below, say some nice stuff if you want to, and I'll pick a winner in the next few weeks. All I can say is thank you to EgoSoft for providing this wonderful prize. So in this video, if you're an existing LT gamer, I've recorded some fresh clips but pulled some others from past videos also.
Thank you, LT Gaming, for
looking
the excellent
more,
content from
do
my stream.
check
I'd like
out
to
our
sub to your
last
channel.
Steam Sales Space Simulations list. It's got some other games on it. I've tried to mix retro and new titles, but look, there's so many on this channel. Check out the Forgotten series. We just did 40 Forgotten Space Sims. You're gonna love that video, so check that one out. And hey, if you're not subscribed, most people who view the channel are not subscribed. You're gonna miss out, so hit that subscribe button. X4 Foundation, 70% off, €14.99. So kicking off the sales list today, we have X4 Foundations, which delivers an ambitious blend of open world sandbox gameplay and complex space simulation, giving you the freedom to trade, fight, build and think your way through its expansive universe. Whether piloting ships or managing fleets, the game offers a seamless transition from first-person action to empire management. And look, simply, this is one of my favourite space simulation games ever. I have 500 hours in it, which is a lot for me. Now, some people do come on and say, oh look, 500 hours, I've got 10,000 hours. But I run a gaming channel. I just did 40 Forgotten Space Simulations.
1,500 gold,
250
250 dark matter.
I play a lot of different games, so the fact I have 500 hours in X4 is a real testament to this title. You've got that fully simulated economy and living universe with a seamless transition between first-person piloting and strategic empire management. I really do enjoy that overall aspect, looking down on my empire, but then being able to jump into a ship and fly around my own space stations is just epic. Of course, in any expansive, dynamic sandbox with this sort of gameplay, you're going to get bugs, but they have worked on improving those over the years. There's a vast amount of DLC, and if you win our competition, you'll get all of those. And overall, it's just a really good game that's improved so much since it came out. There is a steep learning curve, but come on, you're on a space simulation sales list. I'm assuming you're totally down for that. A great space simulation title to kick off the list. Is rated 83% very positive on Steam. I've played it on the Steam Deck, but I've played it more on my new Legion Go, where it performs really well, so props for that. Battle Group VR, 35% off, €13.64. This is a first-person real-time space strategy where you lead a fleet of powerful warships into battle from the bridge of your own flagship. You can assemble your fleet, upgrade your loadouts, train your captains, engage the enemy and secure the sector. And one thing that came out really strongly with my other space sim list was that people want to command the battleship or the carrier. They don't always want to be flying around in small fighters, and that's what a lot of other games give us. This is a game where you absolutely feel that scale of the battleship that you're on and the fleet that you are commanding. This helps to create an immersion that's off the scale, and it's something that virtual reality is absolutely made for. I played this title quite some time ago, so it will be great with all the updates that have happened to jump back in 2024. Overall, it was a pretty comfortable experience, though I did suffer some motion sickness, but with my new PC, maybe that would improve because the frame rate really does seem to help me. If you're looking for that scale and to command a battleship, then look no further than Battle Group VR. Liberation, 50% off, €7.39. This game delivers a modern take on classic space combat sims with a focus on story-driven gameplay and fast-paced dogfights. Taking the role of a pilot seeking vengeance against the oppressive Galactic Federation, players explore a low-polygon yet visually engaging universe filled with dynamic lighting, volumetric fog, and rich sci-fi lore. Inspired by cult classics like Blake 7 and Elite, this open universe RPG invites you to liberate 20 unique systems and take the fight to a tyrannical empire. Liberation is a personal favourite of mine. It plays really well on any handheld device like the Steam Deck or Legion Go. It's a really fun throwback to the space games of old, so definitely check this one out. It's a really fun title. It's rated 100% positive on Steam, so make sure to go and add to that. Darkstar 1, 80% off, €1.75. Embark on an epic space adventure in a captivating space simulation game developed by Ascaron Entertainment. You take on the role of Chiron Jarvis, a young pilot who inherits a powerful starship known as the Darkstar 1. Set in a universe filled with intrigue and danger, your journey unfolds as you navigate through diverse star systems, engaging in intense space battles, trading commodities, and uncovering the secrets of an ancient alien race. Customize your ship with advanced technology and choose your path. You can either become a fearless mercenary, a cunning trader, or a legendary explorer. With dynamic gameplay, a branching storyline, and good visuals for the time, Darkstar 1 offers an immersive experience where every decision shapes your destiny. Prepare to embark on a thrilling quest across the galaxy in search of truth and power. And that's just with LT Gaming. The game can be picked up for a very cheap price on Steam and is rated very positive at 82%. And once again, for an older title, it's rated playable on the Steam Deck. Star Trucker, 20% off, €19.60. This game takes the charm of a classic truck simulation game and launches it into space, blending interstellar adventure with the blue-collar American vibe. Players step into the cockpit of a rocket-powered rig, taking on dangerous cargo deliveries and long-haul fuel runs, all maintaining their ship systems and dodging cosmic hazards. Engage with an eclectic cast of truckers over CB radio, uncovering side quests and galactic gossip, or jam to original tunes inspired by Americana and galactic rock as you chart your course through the stars. Developed by indie studio Monster & Monster, Star Trucker combines emergent challenges, deep customization, and the spirit of the open road with a sci-fi twist. The game is rated 76% mostly positive on Steam and is also playable on the Steam Deck. Starcom Unknown Space, 20% off, €19.60. A space simulation game that thrusts you into the heart of an uncharted cosmos. In this title, you will build your own starship while discovering an epic story in a universe of strange mysteries, alien factions, and uncharted worlds. This is one of those classic top-down 2D space simulation titles, where you get to explore a fully open-world universe with multiple quests and a deep story. You're able to research new technologies and survey unique planetary anomalies and investigate mysterious celestial artifacts. You can talk with different alien factions, each with their own strengths, weaknesses, and motivations. Overall, despite the simplicity of the 2D top-down view, this is a very immersive title, and sometimes with simplicity comes the ability to build out other systems that immerse you more in a game. Another great 2D title of note in this genre is Star Sector, and we featured that previously, which truly proves you don't need amazing 3D graphics to be a great space simulation. Starcom Unknown Space is doing extremely well on Steam and is rated 91% very positive, and once again it is playable on the Steam Deck, so you can take this game with you on the go. Kwanga, 20% off, €15.60. You're able to fly seamlessly between planets, engage in base building, combat, trade, and survival on worlds like Mars, Venus, and beyond. Whether scavenging for resources or battling enemies like the Sanglines, you'll shape your adventure. Customize servers, play solo or with friends, and build bases across the cosmos in this open-ended space sim. I actually spent a large amount of time with this title when it first came out, and I was going to make a video. But I got beaten to the punch by a couple of the big space sim channels, and honestly, they really did fluff this title a lot. You know, saying it's like the next Star Citizen or a good Star Citizen. It really isn't there yet. That's the truth of this title. It needs a huge amount of work, but it shows potential and is very impressive from the small team that they have. Once I had a handle on the single player mechanics, I really enjoyed playing this title and found it truly ambitious. However, where it really fell down is when me and Tom tried to play together. It just was so buggy, you couldn't do anything. I tried to fly him into space, it didn't work. His character glitched out multiple times. It really was almost comedic and very frustrating. So for us, they have a huge amount of work to do, but that isn't going to ruin the potential of this title and some of the great moments I had in single player. Flying out to Neptune was a joy, and I had such a good time even posting my screenshots in the Discord. Brilliant and very, very exciting. The seamless solar system exploration is really exciting in this game. There's also the potential for base building in the future, and the multiplayer gameplay excites those who have waited for Star Citizen to actually ever do anything. I also think it was a good design choice to pick androids because they don't have the limitations of humans, which is a bonus in this sort of title. On the downside, there really is an unclear path of how this gets to be what it wants to be in the future, and also, they put the capital of the world in France. I just can't get behind that. It doesn't work for me. Tachyon the Fringe, 75% off, €2.49. Dive into the depths of the galaxy with an exhilarating space simulation game developed by Novelogic. As Jake Logan, a skilled pilot wrongfully exiled from the core systems, you must navigate the treacherous outskirts of the galaxy known as the Fringe. Engage in intense dogfights, forge alliances with various factions, and undertake daring missions to restore your name and unravel the mysteries of this vast frontier. This title features an immersive storyline, dynamic voice acting by Bruce Campbell, and a richly detailed universe. Overall, Tachyon the Fringe offers an unforgettable journey through the stars, where every decision impacts the road to redemption. Will you become a hero or an infamous mercenary? The choice is yours in this epic space adventure. One thing to remember about this title is you can get it on GOG, where I actually own it, or you can pick it up on Steam, where it's rated very positive at 89%, and for an old game, it's actually playable on the Steam Deck. When I attempted this, however, I did have an issue with the controls where it just kept spinning my ship around, so that is something to bear in mind, but I'm sure there is a fix for it. But if you're looking for a throwback space simulation that has a really good and engaging story, then Tachyon the Fringe is definitely one to consider. Independence War 2 Edge of Chaos, 80% off, €1.19. In this game, players command a fleet of battle cruisers, leading a band of revolutionaries against the powerful corporations that dominate the galaxy. Set in the Badlands 100 years after the original Independence War,
Welcome! X4 Foundations can be overwhelming at first.
Thank you,
after this tutorial, you'll
Mish.
be more than
I've liked
prepared.
this up to your channel.
We'll check out how to fly your ship, which keys to bind, how to navigate, and some basic money making. First, let's get a feel for the universe. X4 is not your static sandbox where you create your own objective and that's it. It's a simulation and will basically play itself without your interference. This means you can take things slowly. No need to rush. If, for example, the common enemy, the Xenon, decide to gather a few destroyers and burn down some stations, there's little you can do against it anyways. At least in the early stages of the game. So, no need to restart then. Xenon aggression is also randomly generated every time you start a new game. As a conclusion, you never know what you get, which means you just have to deal with whatever the circumstances may be. So, with that out of the way, let's pick a game start. There are lots of options here, especially if you own all the DLCs. Still, there's one classic option which I consider the best if you're new to the game. It's the Young Gun start. It's average in many aspects, which is a good thing. Your starter ship is okay, your relations with most factions are at least neutral, and you start the game near the ring highway, which connects most of the core systems. The other game starts focus on different aspects, like the unworthy entrepreneur for example. 200,000 credits, 2 ships and a station seem tempting at first, but you start a few jumps away from the ring highway and managing a station plus 2 ships might be too much if you're just starting out. It also takes away the experience of building your first own station coming from nothing. First of all, let's check out the most important key bindings. Here's my mouse and keyboard scheme I use to play the game with. You can search for specific bindings in the controls menu. First and most important, the steering mode switch. I have toggle mouse steering bound to a side button of my mouse. You will use it a lot to constantly switch between maneuvering your ship and selecting stuff, so bind it where you can access it quickly and conveniently. On my second side button is throttle to 0, which just stops your ship. Always nice to have while docking, trying to scan something, or in fights for example. Mouse wheel sets your speed. Left button selects stuff, right button opens contextual menus. Third mouse button fires your main guns. And that already is most of the stuff you need. So let's undock and get into space. Climb into the ship, click on the pilot's chair to take control. The menu popping up here can be accessed everywhere with the return key. Its content will change depending on the situation. If you ever search for a command, like for example if you want to drop a satellite, start by pressing return. If you hover over the buttons, you will see the corresponding key bindings as a tooltip. You can click get up to get up again, for example, or just press Ctrl and D. This undocks you from the chair. Why I remember it this way? Because Shift D undocks your ship, and that's what we do. Activate steering mode, turn the ship, and leave the station. And here's another key I bound. Mouse look is set to the arrowy key here next to left shift. If you also bind it there, like I did, you can now use your pinky to freely look around, which is nice to just observe things or if you're searching something specific. Alright, here's some more ship controls. I use space to strafe up, C to strafe down, A to strafe left, and D to strafe right. Q and E roll the ship in either direction. W and S for acceleration and reverse, just like the mouse wheel. That's it, except for one last engine control. You can trigger a temporary boost which uses your shields as fuel with a tab key, as you can see here. Blue are your shields, the white arc is your ship's armor. Directly above it is your set speed indicator. Now let's take a look at the map. That's where you'll spend a lot of the game, especially in the later phases. Press M to open it. Zoom in and out with the mouse wheel. As you can see, there's a lot of traffic around us. Blue are friendlies, green are your own ships, and red are enemies. On the top right is the info button. Click it to permanently activate the info overlay. You now get all the important information and interaction tools displayed immediately whenever you select a ship or station, instead of having to right-click and select information every single time. Doesn't matter if the object is on the map or within one of the lists on the left. Just select anything and boom, everything is at your disposal. Like the selected ship's loadout or the behavior menu, where you can tell your pilots and managers what to do and what not to do. What we want to do now is to reach the Ring Highway, which connects a lot of sectors. The Young Gun game start conveniently places you right next to a sector on the ring. Travel between them is accomplished via jump gates or accelerators. In our case, it's the west gate of the sector we're floating around in right now, which is Black Hole Sun 4. Here's another convenient function. If you select any object on the map, like the jump gate we want to use, just press T to mark it as your current target. A white arrow will now point you into the right direction. Gates and accelerators are rendered even far away, so if you look closely, you can quickly spot most gates and accelerators in unmapped sectors. As you can see, it would take an unholy amount of time to reach the selected gate at our current speed. So go into travel mode by pressing Shift 1. After crossing the sector, we jump through the gate and steer towards the highway. Pressing the Stop Engines button we bound earlier also gets you out of travel mode, which is quite convenient. What you can do now is just let your ship automatically traverse the Ring Highway. This way, you get a first impression of where some factories and important stations like wharves and equipment docks are, and a general idea of how the playfield is organized. Just sit on the highway and wait until you reach your starting point again. Oh, and if you ever lose your ship on the map, just press R to center on it. Maybe zoom in, and there it is. Now that you know your way around, there's money to be earned. As you traverse the Ring Highway, you might have noticed yellow icons popping up on stations. These are missions. You can check all the missions you encountered within the last minute or so in the Mission Offers tab on the map. Mine removal missions are easy and nice to begin with, especially because you have a pulse laser on your starter ship. It effortlessly destroys mines at a safe distance. Missions which involve dropping satellites or laser towers are very easy money too. In general, just look out for the very easy tag and you're good. The Warfare only offers a missed my ride mission.
Warp drive active. Warp drive active.
Okay, we're doing faction warfare. And I can stop paying attention. Oh no, what does that mean? Probably the shortcut. Yeah, probably the shortcut. What? Oh, yeah. Oh. Fucking annoying. this fucking file. Well, what do I do to get back? I don't know. So dumb. There we go. Oh, incorrect configuration. What does that mean? Incorrect configuration. So in this, damn it. Well, it's not really much skin off my nose to go back and just delete this, I suppose, and reinstall. It's not really the biggest worry, I suppose. Oops. Loud. Okay, and then get this going. Fucking annoying. Wait. Well, so if that's the case, then wait, I want you to restore. Wait, I want you to see if you can fix this install. So now what's it doing? Is it